That's a lot more today. Mm. Further up the leg. Past the knee. Great. Right. Let's see. Let's test. Tossed. Having trouble with your voice. Having trouble with it today. It's very dusty in my room. It's not helping. It's not. Right. Yes.
It is like helping cast, like removing curses and all such. So, I don't know.
I love how people like sacrificing someone.
No, this is more for helping those with ailments.
Did you know that we had watermelon?
Normal bed.
No,
normal table.
No.
Maybe not the ominous candles. Oh,
I did
That's
not
what I was saying.
actually.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Usually I just have an apple
I mean,
At this
something
point,
like
I
that.
don't know, and I don't want to ask because I'm scared if I do.
You should try the watermelon.
I think I'll do that.
It's better to just be in the dark of it. Or
Why are there more crates?
that's so very valid.
not more
Is it just me as the human sacrifice area looking increasingly ominous?
I think that's what I said.
Sacrifice?
You see?
Great minds.
No, it's been like that for a while.
There's a knife.
Don't touch it.
I guess
For
that's a very clear
The
statement
rights.
regarding
It's for
our
I say
views on
sacrificial. It's for
I'm
the.
not gonna touch the knife.
prisoners.
Yeah, please don't.
I don't know where that knife's been.
Probably a good idea.
Medical, probably.
They steal your knives.
You have to give blood up to help with the,
Watermelon.
circle.
Oh,
I understand.
nice.
Oh well. How are you faring? All things considered.
That's a
They're talking
stupid
about
question
the
to ask because you already
sacrificial thing
know.
over there.
I know,
don't
I
what
do,
it is, but
yes,
They say
I'm
that
just
it's the sacrifice
trying-
thing.
Oh, it's a
I'm struggling with
ritual altar
conversation
for
today.
I think
different kinds of
everybody is at
spells.
this point, so. Yeah.
What's the
That's
knife
what
for?
I've been. I don't know.
That's a good
It's
question.
ominous. Also, isn't it like not good to just like let wax sit like that?
I know I'm not in charge of it, so.
Don't if you
No
like
idea.
light it, don't they like start sliding or whatever? Because it gets
Hey,
like
before you
liquidy?
go,
Potentially,
Dang it.
depending on position of the
hey,
ship.
can you? I'm probably gonna get grabbed here in a second, but can you let the rest of Umbra know when you see him? Be rounding him up fairly recently, fairly soon here for a meeting of sorts. So just make sure people are available.
Absolutely, sir. I'll let them know when I see them.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Alright, I have to go find somebody.
If you're... Never mind.
What's this?
Why? Big's
Orangi.
perfect the way he is. Except for the head slightly. That's not okay.
Yeah, I feel like
Orangi.
I just wouldn't want the
Orangi.
little guy to get any sort of concussions.
Keep an eye on
Okay. What's that?
Or
Alright, what do I do with the peel? Do I just throw it away?
you could probably put
Somebody's
it up in
holding
the garden up top.
Yellow.
Post, you know.
Okay,
helps-
you can get
helps
that,
the
but you
plants.
call this then.
Orangi.
Put it, I think, it's one of the buckets
Okay.
as well on the outside.
Do you have any more
What's that?
Orangi?
Small little
Barrett's
side
holding.
basket for the sake of it.
In basket.
Dig around and see what I get.
What's that he's holding? Okay, you can say everything else, but you can't say oranges correctly.
Well,
I say it's so weird.
what do you
I
mean
got
say
a
it?
banana.
How do you say it?
You're not supposed to
Orangi.
which makes sense, because
I don't see a problem with it,
Oh, well.
honestly.
Good
Yeah,
enough.
no, I say
skin. I guess it's kind of
they're
like
crazy.
Morning.
Morning.
Honestly,
Drop
you
the
just
dust.
know the
Oh,
fact
hold
that
on.
they're actually saying E at the end. Some people just say orange.
Riley.
Um,
Um,
it's very good at keeping things right.
Luca wishes to have us assemble for a meeting shortly.
I wanted to ask
Let me eat my orange first, and I'll be there.
Take your time.
I've had watermelon before.
He didn't say
Well, can't really,
specifically.
can we? So.
Well, not can't really go anywhere either. Should be easy enough to find.
Yeah, but meetings happen. So.
Well, no,
And then
no,
people
no.
drag other people away, so.
He gave no specifics. We'll put it that way. I assume it's after everyone finishes his
So would you be
breakfast.
going to the festivities later?
Well,
Yeah. I want to have fun.
what's up, Jackson?
I was going to ask Aurelie a question.
Party without everyone being
Regarding
You have an app?
randomly different places. Or
Sure. It wouldn't take any time. I was just wondering if you noticed any specific fluctuation or had time to look at the airship engines today,
Hmm.
or just the general maintenance. If there's anything that needs done.
I didn't notice anything strange, no. After the repairs and all that we've done, everything seems to be decently tip-top. Not exactly, you know,
Okay.
the best, but nothing to worry about.
Oh, wow, alright.
No.
Yeah, the left side's wobbling a bit. Turbulence could be, but
Right. I think the left took a bit of a hit or two initially, but
I think the beams are loose on the side of the ship
Amazing.
likely so, wouldn't
from
surprise
the
me.
beatings it's taken. Yeah.
Morning.
Solid.
Could be that the turbines on that side of the ship are a bit loose. We did tighten everything before our last takeoff.
Well, it's more of a worry if we have to slow down extremely, I would assume, because of the wind pressure dripping off the armor on the
Yes.
side of the boat.
I doubt that should necessarily happen.
Sorry.
Ah. He's a good man. Mr. Ariel, have you met him?
I've had some brief words with him, yes.
Yeah.
Seems a good sort.
He's one of the best. What's on the agenda?
Not sure. We have a meeting we're doing other than that. Don't know. No, it's best to have some sort of...
Yeah, I can relate.
I vaguely remember hearing something from Lorium about that, but I have no idea if he'll actually employ any of that. I haven't been told where to meet, or that we're doing one. So,
Right.
I'm sat on my shoulder. He doesn't want to get off, so I'm walking around with him.
Okay.
I suspect things will likely be quiet. Not many are in much of a talking mood. It's understandable, really.
Apparently,
I just wait till it gets darker. Or I guess nowadays it becomes less purple.
Yes, given the circumstances of what transpired. Not exactly shocked.
Sorry,
That's
walked
all
away
good.
from you on that one.
That's all right. I was just saying, given the circumstances of what transpired recently, it's not exactly shocking.
I really like to party, especially when we get reprieve like this.
Hmm.
You should know I meant to sanction a warning as well. We had a crash last time we were working on a device in Aethertech. And on the way to Houston, more specifically, so we should be wary of potential borders. Maybe talk to Malik about some aerial defenses that we can swing if we have any means to build something like a ballista. Worked out well for us.
The big difficulty is going to be finding a place to mount it.
It's topside, I'd imagine.
The
We better
problem
have
is,
any artillery on the flyers and nothing.
it's just we don't exactly have the correct fittings on the ship to do that. And settling down in a port that's friendly to allow us to do so, the shipyard or similar, is absolutely out of the question.
I'd say closest landmass we could probably swing by with Luna's. Well, now, before it was easy to cross the sea. When Luna officially died, we had some slower gangway over the ocean. Now we have all of her opalite on board, and there's a clear lack of mana intake when you
I'm so
reach
congested,
open water.
holy shit.
So for an airship, it's
Yes.
dangerous. We could sink beneath the waves.
Not it
We're
can
somewhat
be.
seaworthy, but I don't know if we're too heavy for it. Especially
Can't
at that
exactly
kind of speed.
operate with the best efficiency as such.
No, it probably would be safer to go through the north of Favira if we were to go back home. Try to go along the normal ports.
I would implore you to stay away from the edge if possible then, in that case.
Yeah, because
Suppose we'll just have to see where we end up.
Yes,
Hopefully.
that I
mean
suppose that's a
specifically,
way of
not
putting it.
generally.
She's talking to me.
And I was talking to Larry.
Yeah.
I did want to get to.
Can you hear anything?
I'm blaming you, Jax.
Ah,
Morning.
morning.
I know exactly how doors work in this world.
Yeah.
I'm not falling for it.
What's that mean?
Sometimes I feel like I'm in a dream. Anyway. That's so weird. Would you prefer to have her?
Never mind.
I mean, looking at them now.
I'm just trying to wonder where it came from. Is all.
I mean, do we count using
well,
the thing as jumping off the ship? Because I mean, you still jump off, right? I've used it a few
That's
times.
not the consideration right now, is it?
Special
I think we had enough people. Okay, good.
No one's jumping.
How far floats
Unless-
before thing turns off and you go?
Did you know that they have watermelon? I don't know. I don't need it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
You got it.
She tries so hard.
Though I've always been afraid with the seeds. I was told that they could go in your stomach. And,
They go in your stomach?
That's
Religious amount of
you never heard?
superstition and things will be really
Exact
bad
same
when it
as-
disappears.
Can watermelon
Or something.
grow in your stomach?
Yeah. Love the sword.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Or like,
I
like this one doesn't, but if you notice over here, it rattles. That's what I was meaning. Probably not the engines, just the onboard armor.
might be.
Had a tree once, so you might do that
Did
instead.
you say poop out a tree? What?
That's what I saw. That's kind of what it looked like anyway.
I never ate that many seeds growing up. It was something that we kind of
Just the
shared
fitting,
when we
or is it
went on
like
the markets.
loose?
What's wrong with people? Why crazy? Why they always standing next to edge?
You know, you eat a seed.
I think it might be the fitting.
The thrill brings you life.
Very much friend,
Okay.
yes.
Were you trying to see if the metal was going to rip off and suck half of you off the airship? The wind picked up.
You can't have no life to do thrills if
Shouldn't be bad.
Mm.
If something does come loose, what we really want to worry about is if it hits the rear
Why are
turbine.
we all getting close to the edge? Maybe let's take a step back from the edge.
Zoe, come on over here. I want to show you something.
Come, take a look.
Come look.
You know, people that can fly anyway, at least catch a fall. Know where we're going. It'd be a long walk, but you know. I was asking Ray.
You know, I've hung off the side of these
That's
things.
crazy. You're going to get
ocean.
sucked off the edge.
Will it let you go?
Don't. Why would we do that?
I'm accustomed to it. It's like, this is home.
Have you spoken to
So you've been on one of these
I
things
guess
before?
Yes, quite a bit.
or tried to reach out?
Did you shit out your tail?
I haven't tried to shut up my.
Did you shit out your tail?
The ones I was predominantly part of.
Did you shit out of your tail? Did you shit out your tail?
So is this like the biggest one?
Oh no, absolutely not. This one's.
I think it's like a minute long, maybe.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
I think it makes it
Are you absolutely sure? Are you really, really, truly sure?
Yes.
Absolutely screwing loony?
I mean, this is
Sure.
even.
I'm
sorry.
Absolutely scroodly doodly.
Sure, we can go with that. I'm absolutely screwed sadly.
Scroodly doodly do.
Came down.
Yes. Draw.
What?
So if I eat
I
low,
think I missed my team. I should likely go in for a meeting that's supposed to be happening. Ah, there's Lou going right now. Splendid.
Angela's keep fighting, and then we're actually.
I'll go check with him. Just a moment.
If you want, I'm not even.
I but I already like.
I thought you already did that bit.
Yes, I mean, I think
I see. I'm not sure I want to know. When would you care to meet? I ran across Riley, but Angel was preoccupied. Did not wish to run into his conversation.
I guess that little lounge across from the training area outside the Aetotech lab. We can meet there. I'll save you some trouble. I'll just come find you whenever I'm actually free.
Sounds good.
And then, not waiting on a meeting, but
All right.
then we'll gather everybody up then.
I imagine they're awaiting it for the most part, anyhow. If I'm able to speak with Angel beforehand, I'll do so and let him know.
Sure.
Do you know if Amber's
Sounds good.
feeling better today, or is she?
Haven't seen her.
Unfortunately.
I'll
Alright.
check your bunk though.
Of course.
Where did these come from? Oh my!
That's crazy. Look at this. Ryan, look.
It's like I never looked
Ryan,
at my
look at
own
the feet.
feet before. Please stop looking at my feet.
Don't do that.
Here, you look at her feet for me.
So who the hell was I looking for?
This morning, I regret.
We just noticed Emma's feet are rabbit
as a
feet.
whole. I'm going
It's
up.
shocking. There he is. I had to find a story.
What's shocking about that?
What? Where are you gonna go? You're stuck on the ship. Are you gonna go to that mountain? Or that mountain? That mountain? Maybe that mountain?
Oh, you mean the mountains were flying past at incredible speed? Look how quickly you released them behind.
Wearing my boots. As long as you wear those, you're stuck here. You can't take them off.
Throw myself off the ship, wearing your boots. For the extra damage.
Maybe they have slow fall.
Snip it later as well.
True.
She likes snipping his boots.
I'll check on that.
No. So this guy.
Yeah.
Seems good enough.
they're wearing. That's like Rosewood culture right there, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very much.
I don't think they can be racist against your Drozen wearing that.
No, you see, they actually told me that I was racist against bunnies. I'm not racist against rabbits. That's not true, by the way.
So you don't hate me? Did you
No,
say
I
you
don't
hate me?
hate you. Ugh. Okay, but even if I was to hate you, it would be specifically against you. I think she's a lovely woman. That one is a
so you
lovely
hate
woman
me
too.
specifically.
No,
no. Shit, we got
So
all of
it's
them.
like a hate sniffing
We got
thing?
4 in one spot. Look.
What?
Yes, we're just.
Just trying to
Oh,
follow.
she's tracking her enemies.
Like a predator thing, you just sniff him out to like
She
catch
hates
him later.
him. She stole his boots. Now he has to
Oh my
walk
God.
on what's going to quickly become very hot metal up here, barefoot.
Oh, yeah.
True.
You sure? You want your boots back?
Are you gonna go stepping in glass again?
It was all my fault. He broke the bottle of glass onto my horns, and somehow I was the one to clean it and to step in glass. It's different.
You know, somehow I remember like repeatedly telling you to get a pair of boots, and then you didn't, and then you stepped in glass.
So you were right once?
I find I'm right like very often to a scary degree. Because sometimes I'll say things that I really hope aren't right, and then I'll be right. Like when the Palvandorians tried to steal our opal. Called it.
So instead of lucky feet, you're just a prophet.
Yeah.
I think this is good.
I mean, you could.
Not close.
I mean, there's the other hangar down below.
I named.
You know where all the crates are.
Yeah, that's a good
Could
point.
use
Actually, we
that
can look there.
opening, Because we never
Yeah.
used that opening.
Well, yeah, but then
Exactly.
one day we're gonna use it, and then Malik is gonna be like,
Ah.
you know, I don't want to deal
Well,
with
of
that.
course, ask him before you do it.
I know, but if I ask him, he's gonna say no. So we can just skip it and not
Ask him why.
We're looking for a place to set up a shrine. We're looking for space that we can clear of all
Sorry,
this
go with me.
opalite.
I might have an idea for something.
Why do you think he's gonna say no?
No, not to that specific place that she mentioned, Riley. We were thinking here though. We were thinking this is like a good option A. We get rid of these 2 things, we put them over there. We push the sofa, we push the table. We get rid of the opalite, we shove it somewhere else. We hang banners with all the Celestine symbols up there on the pipe, so it's not like an eyesore. And then we have all of this space to set up like a shrine. That's a good. I was very happy with that.
Sounds good to me, I guess.
If it makes you happy.
We have to bring it up to Malik. It's just, we had a place of worship in, the islands, but we don't have one here, so we should fix that. Anyway, we're looking for places. This is option A. We're gonna keep looking.
So
I
how big
guess
is
Riley.
this shrine going to be?
Oh, I don't know, but the bigger the better. So we're looking for.
I
places.
suppose.
This is a pretty good size.
You know what we could do? We could just replace the whole training area, and maybe
No,
some
but that's
hole,
that's
and make it
very
all
good.
a
Sounds
shrine
like
to
a
Kwon.
perfect
idea. Just replace
No.
the whole training area. You're right.
That's very
What are we
disruptive.
replacing the training area with?
Well,
We're
it's a
not
shrine to Kwon.
we're
It
not
needs to be
replacing
big.
anything.
A church.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we just take one of the rooms that aren't being used?
Actually, that's not a
I
bad
thought
idea.
because-
Oh, you know what? That's a good idea.
Because one day they might be used.
I have a message.
That's
Sure, what's up?
True.
Caleb
So,
says
can
we're
you
on the
sleep in the
list.
shrine of Kwon? Is that off
Is that good or bad?
Meet in
sorry.
the mess
Right.
hall
Yeah,
later
when I keep-
tonight? I don't know.
Yes,
what
Riley brought up the
Oh,
idea
yeah,
of
the
possibly
mystery thing.
something similar that they do in
Yeah.
the
They-
workshop room where they have
Wait,
like a little
actually, why are you saying
second
good
floor
luck? You
sort
would
of
know?
area.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Didn't you know?
Where?
What do you mean by that?
Could be
I was
anything.
thinking about
Gosh, it could be in
Then I thought
anything.
that
Show me. Show me.
But
It could
because
be in
of
anything.
the, because of all the supplies, though, it might not
We're
be.
gonna make fuck ton food.
Whoa. Who told it that
Okay.
word?
The glove. The green.
Gala.
He said
That
Mm,
checks.
sounds like it would
glove.
be that.
Said
don't
we
need to
will
be
make
so
fuck ton food.
Nothing wrong with a little
Sure, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, sure.
What's
What-
fine?
what-
Things fine? Things good?
I think
Look at me.
It's really
Okay, they
funny
are
for
good.
Frelly to be
Maybe.
saying fuck, like that's a big word.
I mean, that's fine. It's only 4 letters.
Okay, I was just told that the
It
related
is,
message
but
to
like,
him. That's all.
it's like a gateway word.
What do you mean a gateway
There
word?
was sometimes
That's all I
thinking
know.
about
Like, picked off even here.
Like,
That's bullshit.
Like,
What about?
like what? Does that lead to other
Like-
words?
Probably midday. I'll come find you.
yeah, it's like
Or
each one swear
Aurelie
is just
will
gonna
come
go
find
up further and further and further. It's like this sort of
I mean,
mentality thing with
Fucking
Frelly.
hell.
I'll be sure I'm not busy.
Him.
I don't know, not with people with Frelly.
We'll probably go over like
Okay, she's
team protocol and
Poor
stuff
thing.
since
Oh.
Gotcha.
probably Leviathan was chaos.
See, that's what I mean.
To see if we can
You'd understand
figure
if you
something
saw
out for. a
They're
baseline
dangerous words for
next time it
Frelly.
happens.
That's unfortunate. I didn't know the mind could just seize up like that from
Those
use of
evil
profanity. Sorry, Kitty.
Okay. Sorry, buddy.
She's gone.
You'd only know if you saw it.
Gone.
Like the wind.
Fair.
Yes.
Very few remain who saw the evil rock.
I suppose we're all meeting soon, I guess.
How many people did see it?
Meeting of sorts.
Sometime midday, he just said.
Okay. Works well enough.
At least 7.
Okay, and what happened to all this?
Compositions and things and protocols. Interesting stuff.
Some of
the
them
usual.
disappeared. And then
Indeed.
some of them I just haven't seen in a while.
Damn. BBC died.
Might go back on that some more.
Oh, and one of them left.
Like for humans, if their ears are covered, they're not so cold. If your legs are furry, you're not cold.
I would assume so, yeah. And then, like people like wear hats and those like earmuffs thingies.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, see, logic.
Good.
I need more fur.
Sure. Well, if I keep drinking that stuff Gallup makes, maybe it'll, maybe that'll do. Okay.
You've been told. There's something called the Rite of Silence.
We're going to run into them again. They're coming here
The
with
setting sun.
Yeah,
You mean
they're
taking
going
ritual and
trying to by whatever means, somebody has to. Some of them clearly have to know how it's done, or otherwise.
Could be a forbidden knowledge in an occult book somewhere. Yeah.
If
You know
they-
what? Actually, we should probably discuss this with Luca, as he's interested in making devices to close the rift itself. This one mostly reinforces the edges, as we know, and I'm just reinforcing the design of it at the moment. But if there's anything,
Yeah,
in
well, I
regard,
mean,
I think there should be another paper we should be looking into.
it's a start, but it's that was more my curiosity of if there was a way to somehow, with the obvious knowledge that by under no circumstances does anybody dare try to do anything remotely
I do think
close
it's worth
to it.
noting that Shoth and Lorena have been watching us for a while, and they might have direct influence on potential answers we can glean from that. So we should be cautious when reviewing it, make sure everything's practical with the math, like this one was.
I am aware that they are
It's a
watching.
good task on its own. I know, I figured. I just think it's something that, it's easy to get lost in the weeds of excitement, you know? This device, I think, went as well as it did because we
Well,
all
I'd
had
say
our
by
heads on straight.
Well, I mean, I do not make that kind of suggestion with any degree of excitement. I was honestly partially ready to have the mere idea of even suggesting of trying to even obtain that knowledge in the first place be met
Well,
with
it
getting
does-
yelled at.
It does imply that we would be breaking Malik's rule of prisoner keeping, and
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be via prisoner taking. That's the thing.
how will we get the information?
Well, they're obviously going to have to try to set up what they would need for that in order to try to open this Rift 40 World Eater that they want to summon. Which means that they would have to have some degree of setting it up, and if they are trying to do that, in the effort of disrupting it, we can easily make note of what it is that they've gathered and potentially how it would have been used.
Well, in that corner is a general book of rituals we could go through, see if... But it mostly talks about the symbolism and a lot of the categories. Not
My guess
necessarily
is
the
it has
actual
a
design.
special component to it in order for it to actually bridge the gap between realms.
Good enough for now.
I also know that freezing is different from burning when it comes to magic. In a way that is dissimilar enough that it could be if you had no other knowledge of
it up there.
You're all
You're right?
I'm fine. Just bit listless, I suppose. So.
Oh, I was having a conversation with Talia right there.
Oh yes, she must have been busy. I'm sure she'll be back in a moment.
Oh yeah.
Pardon.
There she is.
You're all right.
Doing a healing spell. You are going to be trying to look at its pattern. But there's going to be a lot more information there that you're not really used to.
Okay.
And I will help guide you through that.
I shouldn't be confused and pull back if something doesn't feel right or it doesn't feel.
Yeah, no. It's going to be. You're going to see the entire normal structure of the body as you do when you're healing. You're also going to see the pathways. Just as.
How are you doing? No rattling about, nothing out of place. Running a bit hot. Nothing to be too afraid of. Pipes. So, yeah, so it is. It is just that. On the outside then. So some panelling. No, that's not too bad. Could be worse. Otherwise sound like you're moving along pairingly. Running smooth, nothing to worry about.
Alright. And a reminder, Lothario? No. We are just doing the ritual first to make sure you can pull it off. But again, it is not hard. Just allow your divine emotions to flow through you. Just needs a small amount of blood.
But it's like, I guess.
A small goat in a cage.
You might not want to watch this.
babies on board. Plus, we'd have to get one of those stickers that says baby on board so no Palvandorians crash into us.
They won't stop them, it might encourage them.
Oh.
That statement. I have a very dark answer about that because that shit happened to me in my life. The matter is still, if you have a problem with it, just... I mean, the best thing we can do is try to build a farm, I guess? I don't... feels like a weird sentence to say.
I mean, do we have a crate full of grass? So, like...
I mean, you could probably talk with the gardeners. I'm sure we can work with the greenhouse.
You made a fucking garden. Surely you could make like a little space for some apparently baby goats.
I don't think it's really necessary to have that entire thing for a couple of goats that we still feed and everything.
I just want to know in what right mind did with any of on this fucking ship decide that hey, we're gonna have some live baby goats. We're just gonna put them in a crate and lock them in a crate until we need them and hope they don't die there.
That's why we're feeding them and we're giving them drink and everything. It's not like we're gonna just let.
Man, I bet you could like make a whole play franchise out of that. It'd be very popular.
Don't mind my mindless wanderings today. Shit. I'm just missing everyone, aren't I? Doing very good. Lots of crashing, it seems.
Excuse me, I came to need a ghost.
That's alright, so.
One last thing I heard when I was going out was the goats were
Morning, Aurelie.
Morning, Jacqueline.
Ryan.
Morning.
Morning there, little guy.
Morning.
You vegan?
Green apple.
Good. I'm glad.
Morning.
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 Morning. Seems like your captain's about to murder Gert alongside Malik and Vespo.
I saw. I'm not exactly keen on watching them perform sacrifices, whatever nonsense they're doing.
Seems like a ritual thingy.
Goat lady, right?
Right. Good to know that's what the goats are for,
I don't think it's
apparently.
Yeah.
I don't think they mean like the animal goat.
You really want that Gert dead.
He is such a bastard. I cannot even start to describe it. I hate him so much. I have a burning passion of 1,000 suns to just wank him in the face, but I'm waiting for the day that I can do it.
Why wait?
He is kind of deserving of it. There's no time like the present.
Maybe she wants to upgrade his metal or her metal hand first, so that like it hurts more.
True.
Respect.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
So, how's your days going?
It's a complicated question.
Right, I think
But
that's
fine.
fair.
Aurelie,
Hmm,
a moment of your time, please.
of course. I was actually going to ask if you want to speak about something. I know prior that something had been mentioned. I know prior you had mentioned something you wish to speak of. Sorry, a bit sore.
No, it's all good. Just giving you the heads up that we'll probably do in the meeting after Watt and Lucas finished his research with
Right.
Malik.
He said he'll come and grab everybody. So make sure you're out of the mouth, I guess.
Okay.
So he can grab you.
Just might make one.
I figured I'd
You
just
wanna
kind
say
of
something?
linger around here. I was wondering, I know there was something that you wanted to
My math.
sit down and chat with Luca about prior.
I've already spoken to him.
You have?
I spoke
see.
to him when it happened.
You had a mask. Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
He's told me what it is. I've given my opinions of it.
How did it go? The conversation.
I've warned him that if he does use it for ill intent, then I will not hesitate to strike him down. Just like he has done for me. Should I fall too close to the blackened river?
Perfectly fair. Yes.
Talia comes back, she had a moment. Twice.
Oh, yeah.
I certainly have misgivings
Yeah, I saw you at
regarding it.
one too. I'm starting to worry that it might be me because I was talking to you and then it happened. I was talking to her.
In what regard are you referring to? His ability?
The area, you know? The vibe of this room, it's...
Yes, I suppose we could call it that. Could we not? And perhaps an avenue of research. Not sure.
It is a form of necromancy from my eyes. It's as simple as that.
That's the impression I got as well.
I passed out for like a few minutes.
The idea
I
of
assume so.
ripping someone from the final resting place I find to be anathema myself.
You're gonna teach me how to swing a sword. I'll be back.
And from what we've seen, the 2 times I've seen at least, it's not 100% successful.
If you need some aid,
Right.
I don't mind giving you both a lesson.
Perhaps if the soul is not willing, who knows?
Or too far gone. Too quick. You know, too long it's been exited from the body, so...
Right. Well, makes sense.
Let's see.
Hmm.
Right, or...
Yeah, I asked them to make it on a bit of short notice so they didn't make the hands guard properly, so it's just...
I guess part of me just worries, you know, in those instances, should someone come back, is it truly them?
I'll be back in a bit.
Well, we've seen from Luca's mother.
She's going to be helping. She knows more than
Seems to be them.
Really?
Yes.
They're risky.
Doing good when you met those,
Suppose that's true.
you know, when we met those rift beasts and all that.
It was mostly luck.
Oh no. Pointless worries. I don't have enough information on any of it.
I mean, I used to watch
Not exactly my field.
He wasn't very
Well, then
good.
it's not only luck.
I get that. It will...
People can learn by watching.
It's a bit out of my field as well, even though I'm medical, so...
He was not
Understood.
like visible.
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to him regarding it, though. Something needed to be said.
In what regard? In a good way or a bad way? Because I think I took it in more of a neutral approach.
I think neutral, simply a warning, is good enough.
Funny is
He knows that people will see it differently. He knows the dangers of it.
Good.
The only concern is that what he uses it for and what's his intent. I think that's another thing, actually, that I think about it. About the soul. Not just the soul itself, but the person who wields the magic to bring that person back. What is their intent as well, I think, is another thing.
I would say that's important, yes.
So come on, just get a sword. Or your sword.
So, who knows? Who knows at this point?
Yeah.
But yeah, completely off topic again. Luca said he would finish up on his thing and then we'd do our meeting.
Of course.
As Umbra. Could you relay that to Angie when you can?
Sure. I was about to go up topside. I think he might be there.
Don't worry, we're finished with our conversation now.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt.
All quite good. No worries.
How are you doing this morning?
Existing, I suppose.
That's not great, is it? just existing.
It's difficult to be more than that at the moment, but
Mhm.
we'll get there in time.
Yeah,
We'll
maybe.
get there.
Maybe the day has some good surprises. Who knows?
It's definitely nice having a day with no surprises, though.
Sometimes, yes. I could certainly go for a few of those. Or at least good ones. Good ones, not bad either.
I brought
Yeah.
some friends.
Oh,
Damn.
nice.
Pulled up with the team. Okay. Gee.
Arjun's very experienced when it comes to swords.
Oh, I will
Cool.
excuse
That's
myself from that conversation.
Not those kinds of swords, Aurelie. Get your head out of the gutter.
I'm not operating in the gutter. I'll have you know, I'm not. I'm going
Sure
topside.
sounds like you are.
Ow. No, I'm just very sore. I don't want to be around for swords.
I still don't forgive you from Halston. What you said those days.
What? Oh, that's what Snowtown was called. Was trying to remember.
Oh, didn't mean to interrupt. Apologies. I know it's a stupid question, but can I get you anything you would want?
No.
I understand. My condolences.
Maybe.
No, be nice.
I don't have to be nice to you.
No, yeah, you say that. You say that, but sometimes nice.
Too little. Someone can easily just push you over.
Okay.
You need to steady yourself. Slight bend can start yourself down a bit.
Which foot should go in the front?
Whenever one you're realistically more.
I think I'm not going to stay down.
Equivalent exchange.
Of everything.
Alethea will come out that door any minute.
So I'm going to head back up. If you all need further assistance with the ritual, just give me a call. We'll be on top.
I don't know what's happening myself.
If you haven't heard, we're going to assemble for a meeting up in the training area once he's done.
I just wonder who's next.
With whatever this is.
Right.
There has to be some
I know there in a
gas
second.
from the pipes.
Of course. Take your
Yeah,
time.
I think we
Getting
should.
faint all over the place.
Yeah.
Gosh, we should probably fix that.
Why'd you leave
That
this
require
burden
knowing
when-
where it is.
Sorry? I'm just... Why'd you leave this part in?
Look what it's
Lazy.
attached to.
And I don't want to, like... That's
Um,
risk damaging the cement structure.
I didn't know you were such like an architect. That door bothered me. All right. There's a wooden door in the lower box that was really bothering Vesper.
Don't talk about that door, please.
Wasn't that because
Yeah, I don't know what's that
got-
about. I just know somebody broke it down at some point.
Shittily replaced it with a wooden one.
It had to be broken down.
Yeah. Alright, fair.
Yeah, Orion, why aren't you wearing boots?
She keeps dipping in class, so I had to give her mine.
We have so many extra pairs.
I kept telling her to go get. I kept telling her to go grab a pair, and I haven't had time to go get a replacement. I was on my way down to grab some, but
I'm not a boot sniffer. What? Stop.
no, I don't feel like it. But the moment's passed.
Just don't go for the feet.
Yeah, now a very exposed weakness.
Well, why are you staring at my feet?
done? Are you done?
How do you plan on... I mean, that works. Now you're off balance. I go just push.
True.
The boots gave you an advantage. I didn't know that. I'm stronger now. I'm way more powerful now.
Right, we have exposed organs.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Armor is something to always consider. Right, stance up. Keep it strong. You both have one-handed swords.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Offhand. Either use for balance to steady yourself, or if you want to be a bit cheeky, just give him a left hook.
I do have a parrying dagger I had made, but they're in for boots.
Alright, well that's also an option. Okay, how do you think you should swing the thing?
Alright, we had to push the ritual out, so we're having that meeting now. And this is good because I can tell you guys what's going on. Go ahead and grab everybody and then we'll...
Riley was up top, I believe, last I saw her.
Be careful.
I'll find her.
Blocking shit.
How else are you supposed to swing a sword?
He's just going to go grab Riley if she's up there.
We're meeting here?
I believe so.
That is not
NG. If you're up for it, we might be trying a devouring ritual later.
So open between here.
Just letting you know.
Sure.
And then here.
Yeah, I can.
If you're against another swordsman, more fencing style technique would be better. Keep the movement subtle, keep the blade in front of you at all times. Because that's what you might need to block.
Span out of the room. Let everyone know how much we're taking up.
Might as well.
Doesn't really matter. Try to hit anywhere. It's only when you're blocking do you want to go lower down the blade.
Oh, God.
Oh, I see we're doing it out in the public. How nice.
The public.
Am I
They're
wrong?
doing a thing right over there. Do we want to move this somewhere else?
We do have our dorms for a reason.
Yeah, they're so cramped though.
There's more.
True.
There's a library. I think I saw Rin go in there though.
Happening in there, I think. This will be just fine. Alright, so I wanted to call a meeting to kind of go over everything that happened in Vathens, so we can lay everything out so there's not anyone operating under any kind of misconstrued events or anything like that. Secondary action item, I'd like to talk about how we think we can tackle a Leviathan fight in the future. It was pretty chaotic. We won, but obviously had its own issues. So, and then third action item, I'd like to tell you guys what's going on down there, if you were curious.
On my chest here, that scar I have.
Where should we start, you guys think?
Wound I have. I got hit.
Start from how you laid that out, I guess.
Yes, just
Start
work
from
our
your
way
left,
down.
Tom to the bottom. Sure. So Vathens. I tried to sit down and write out a list of everything that had happened, but unfortunately, Captain Duty's got in the way. So, the gist of things as we understand them, we have discovered that there's a resource called Dark Iron, that it is fairly abundant in underground cities, demon cities, and that it can be used to fight rift beasts. It is magically inert and magically dampening.
At least the first one, and then I'm gonna join the other one, okay?
Other than that, we learned that we can configure the shield into different configurations, such as the wall down below in the cave.
Hitting someone if I can, which is, I know, a little unrealistic.
We tested the opalite device that Jackson was working on. Discovered that with a decent input of mana, it can be used to stop the growth of the rifts and keep rift beasts from coming out of it. It seems to neutralize the miasma.
On
and
did
allow
we
us to get
decide
close
to
to
take it away or did we leave it?
Yes.
We left it there.
Like, no, I'm not like...
Well, we're hard at work making another one for the markets.
Right.
And if anyone has any questions at any point, feel free to butt in and ask.
Sorry.
Let's see,
From
what else?
what I gathered, at least with the machines, is that they have to keep inputting mana into it, though, correct?
Yes.
Correct. It's very mana intensive, and it's not a permanent solution, but it's a part of it.
Okay.
You're also working on a secondary device meant to close the rifts after it's been stabilized. Work on that. Hopefully we'll be ready by the time we get to the market. We'll see how it goes.
As far as general efficiency, at least at the moment, I do believe the barriers are much easier to keep up. So there is that.
Absolutely. As you all know, we encountered some resistance in the form of the setting sun and in the form of
Makes sense.
whatever organization is assisting them, led beneath my great uncle, who was slain in combat by myself. His name was Nishad, and he was a necromancer.
Remember, well,
I have one weapon.
Okay.
You have a sword and shield.
He apparently was
Use your offhand.
a self-proclaimed one of the new primes of the new world, whatever that means.
I have the option to either kick if you don't test it first, or I can just...
He gave us a name of who had killed the previous primes. Her name was Tabris.
From what I've gathered around here...
We also know that name to be the leader of the Setting Sun.
Don't fight honorably.
It was inferred by my great uncle that he has bestowed the powers of the primes onto others out there. We might encounter them in the future.
Pretty honorable.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Putting that aside for
This
now.
new world wouldn't
I'll
be
go.
too far to assume Mrs. Shaw's belief.
And Arenas.
I'd have to guess that they're connected, yeah.
You remember the whole speech I gave you about survival?
But it also provides us a potential opportunity. My great uncle wasn't too keen on serving the gods. He said that plainly. That they were dying, that they were not necessary for this world. He spoke diplomatically, but I feel like it is safe to infer that he saw this opportunity with Arena as just that, an opportunity. I suspect that means there might be some division in the ranks or several different self-serving parties who could potentially be used against each other, or who might become to the detriment of each other if their goals no longer align. It's something that we should look into in the future. Or at least keep in mind.
Hi. Oh, 2 for 1.
For the Leviathan itself, we were able to take it out with a combination of Dark Iron Ballistae and siege weaponry and standard magical combat. Man, people have been getting headaches like crazy today.
Don't they have?
So it seems.
Hey, a weapon is a weapon, is it not? Maybe it'll take longer, but it's a weapon.
Okay. Got it.
For what it's worth, on your mention of new primes and bestowing power, Motesh was curious as to how it worked.
Yes, he was.
He might be looking into that.
Sorry.
Just
You're a
thought it
bit
was
quiet.
relevant.
Hmm. Then perhaps that's better.
A bit, I think.
I'll manage in a moment.
All
My
right.
voice just must be strained or something.
No worries.
Hmm.
Were you gonna add something?
No, please continue, please. I did not mean to interrupt.
No worries. Oh, you know what? It might have been me. Apologies.
So then the Leviathan.
Right.
Ah.
Dealing with an enemy like that is highly, well, we have to resort to very irregular forms of combat. It's very chaotic, it's very messy. I'd like to try to come up with some kind of standard operating procedure for if we have to fight something like that again. Because as it stands, while we defeated it and suffered no real casualties, to my understanding at least, there's no guaranteeing that in the future. And I'd like to future-proof this as much as possible. So if anyone has any ideas of how we should engage, or if they think that how it all went down is fine, let me know.
It wasn't fine. We were spread out across the desert. But using the black iron weaponry, the ballista and the cannon. If we can get more of them, maybe get them up on top deck.
Right. I agree. Were we doing the thing with Ariel?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what happened. I guess I'm just allergic to divine and bloody water.
Sure, no worries.
I'll go
I'll
look
come
around
down in a
tonight.
sec. Alright, looks like I'm needed.
Of course.
But, if you wouldn't mind just thinking on it, getting back to me, let me know if you'd like to bring up any information that you guys discovered or that I unintentionally may have left out in my debrief. Let me know so we can reconvene after this.
Of course.
thing.
I've been taking some matters
Right.
into consideration regarding potential Opal Tech solutions, or things that could assist versus Leviathan or otherwise. I've
Perfect.
just been dwelling on a few things, is all.
Okay. We'll reconvene this meeting after that ritual's done.
Hmm.
And I will see you guys then.
Hmm.
Necromancer, huh?
I do have to question if we
We've
actually
encountered a
have...
necromancer before.
Hmm? What was that?
Necromancy.
Hmm.
Not the first time we've dealt with one.
Was it similar the previous time? I imagine this one was worse, given the degrees of
No,
their power.
The last necromancer was... They'd completely lost their mind. Linvale. They had a family of undead. This necromancer, Lucas' family. He didn't seem that far gone, but I suppose his instability was only amplified by his power.
Hmm. I could see that being the case, yes.
Especially given how he said the power was bestowed to him. Not gained, not earned.
That is a particularly curious and intentional choice of words, that. Which is in itself a little problematic.
Because sometimes people get so enamored in their like
Hmm.
defensive attacks, they get so enamored in this shit.
But I suppose it does mean power can be given.
Who can also use
I just have to wonder in that regard,
an entire body. They're so enamored in
as far as
the thought of it.
whom in such a case could grant such power? How common has this become? Is this another gambit of Pops, Arena, and Shoth? Similar? Or something else?
Real conundrum about this place is a sword and sword kind of thing. If someone goes for
If there's anyone to give this power, I would assume it's this Tabris you mentioned.
Hmm.
Though the means of how is the better question, not who.
I suppose that's fair.
larger weapons.
You could assume a god could do that, could give power, but then
Because that's obviously a one hand on one hand.
could you realistically call this Tabris a god?
That's going to fucking suck. It's also cheating shit, right?
Not so sure.
Honorable. I think I can do with this especially. It's just, and what the fuck are you supposed to do?
If they view themselves as replacements for the primes,
That's when you either, you know,
I'd imagine then that there's likely someone perhaps leading this endeavour, who at the very least has all the answers regarding how exactly it's done. Perhaps has somehow captured and coveted that power for themselves, distributing it out amongst the followers for some reason.
provoke the enemy.
I don't know. So strange. We don't have much information, certainly. I understand
It'd be
Mertesh is...
dangerous to assume.
Exactly, yes.
But you have other things. You got your pommel. And even then,
And I understand the desire to try and seek that information out from them, but there's no way we could trust them to tell us a single thing, other than laugh at us and perhaps kill us at the first opportunity. Given the way that all went, in the shape we were all in, don't think there was anything to be gleaned from that.
sometimes you are in the clear to just stab like that. But sometimes you're in shitty positions.
To me, it almost seemed like a beg for power.
Hmm.
Like he wanted it.
For example, yes, if I was striking this way, then you blocked it down.
But of course, I could be biased.
Could be. It's worth consideration at the very least. Perhaps, given that Luca had lengthier conversations with him, he might have some information regarding such that he could divulge that may shed a light on that.
Hate me. Gonna leave now. Okay, be quick. What
Perhaps.
are you doing?
Right, is there anything in particular you want to know at this point?
Where's your shirt?
Hi.
Have any
So you're off.
suggestions for first technique?
I will say I don't fancy our chances if we end up stuck in another similar confrontation with Leviathan.
I don't know. I don't know enough.
We were at least more organised than Holston, but we're very unlikely to have an armament like that at our disposal again anytime soon, I would imagine.
Especially so far from the source, of which we
half naked.
were able to obtain this weaponry and this equipment.
I don't know. Paul wants to get Team Awkward the
Too
boss,
true.
So yeah, when you got it, when you're done, right? I think right now.
We'll just have to devise some other way to approach. I do think organisation is absolutely necessary, but I don't think trying to battle such a beast in formations is the answer either. Good way for us all to get smashed.
If we all remain in one group, then yeah, we'll find ourselves like ants, squashed.
Mm-hmm.
Is he like classically trained, or
I suppose we'll just have to deliberate on that until we find some good solution.
That's when you abuse the pommel. This is your short range answer.
All things considered, at least we had something that time.
Yes, it's sort of your answer to if someone actually gets close to you.
If I had my dagger, I'd use that.
There were several times the Leviathan had brought its head down to the ground. If we could only figure out or remember what caused that. We could take advantage of it.
I have suspicions. So, I noticed after it had stepped into the outline pit, we bombarded it for a rather good time. This happened around the time I had gone up topside to relay messages to them. It seemed to be favouring that leg from then on out. It took a knee several times, and it seemed every time to have been that being the one that gave out, so I suppose perhaps focus firing certain parts of the beast, finding a means to trap them so we can do so. Did seem to do some good.
Some more utility spells, maybe.
Perhaps so.
Or physical black iron traps.
So we could probably devise something to help wound the beast in that regard. Or impede it. It took so many cannonballs and ballista boats and all that there. I mean, it was practically a pincushion by the end.
Yeah. Maybe if they're prone to being thrown off balance, we focus on one of its limbs at a time.
Could be. Or at least give us windows to take advantage of in those instances.
The only matter then is, if we discuss these as individual teams, then the targets won't be so clear. This would need to be something
I think you'll do well.
We're all aware of.
True.
If I disappear into the void again,
Proper coordination would likely need to be
but everyone here.
Much better carried out in the future.
You want me to go up again?
As well as having those that are either offensive casters or healers or whatnot, those with defensive properties to the magic. Probably operating in tandem, conserving their mana, that sort of thing. We were all almost completely spent by the end of things that day, although we were also dealing with that prime individual, so there is that too.
I think he tried ramming the room.
Yeah, we were dealing with downstairs and then upstairs and then the prime again. I wonder how much mana we could have saved if it was only the one or the other.
Is that sort of his battle tactic?
I imagine it would have gone better, at the very least. Would hope so.
Head button's good, but you gotta make sure you got a tough head for that sort of thing. Head button hurts a whole lot.
I do wonder if there's ways to pops and snare and bring down a beast like that.
Someone with horns if you don't have horns. That hurts like a bitch.
I know.
Well, we had the, what are they called? The spikes. Caltrops or whatever.
So is that like a...
Something like that. Then there was the idea of shooting
See it gone as well.
black iron cannonballs with chains or something to wrap around its legs and arms and restrain it. That was an idea. I don't think we eventually got to.
Which we couldn't exactly implement at the time, but perhaps with consideration.
No, making fun of Jacqueline for just fucking vanishing on me and not saying anything. They just up and vanished. Just
so much. People haven't having trouble with
someone who's nice.
Maybe we ourselves are very capable. We just need the equipment.
I think
we are
so.
more than prepared for the second half. We just need to prepare.
Thank you for being nice
Yes,
to me.
I would agree. At least with the Leviathan, it seemed very focused at points. Stubborn, easily fooled and led, that sort of thing. So, leading it into traps and the like doesn't seem like it should be too difficult. So that's something, at least.
Yeah, isn't that the way? What's so funny, Sol?
Do you know if we brought any black iron with us?
I do believe we did, yes.
I mean, we have it on our weapons, but other than that, I haven't seen any on the ship. Do we have it in the crafting?
I think we do. At least it was my understanding that we took some with us for preparation of
So,
arms.
apparently, medical wants to talk to crafting division tonight. I don't know one
Huh.
exactly. I was just told to keep my ears perked for it, so. It's about something regarding maybe the ritual silence, and apparently Talia knows more. I haven't had time to corner her, and I don't really feel like doing it today, so.
Interesting.
Untitle a hat
Yeah.
with like a badge in your chest. Like...
I wonder what that entails.
I mean, I guess professional tracker is probably the better term, but I like snooper
Huh.
because it's
I suppose, feedback for when Luca returns is we need to prepare
It got
equipment
so quiet
more
down
often.
there. It was so awkward.
Yeah, it got really awkward down there.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Wait, what happened?
To make sure
whole
properly,
lot of nothing.
properly armed and prepared for Sarge.
I got told we were sacrificing Vesper, and I
At least as much as we
More than
can.
enough damage. We just don't have the windows to do it.
In order to test
That's
something.
another one.
Can I pet Soup?
Which does seem to be the difficult thing.
I'm not his
Yes.
dad.
I
Yeah, sure, why not?
seriously thought you were going to ask
Go to your room.
because you said the
Though capitalising upon those moments
Fucking
certainly
sure
did
if you
seem
really
to
want, it's not
make the
mine.
beast's
I'm
life
my guy,
difficult
like,
at
you
the
can
very least.
Take soup.
You want to pet something?
I'm gonna have so many animals in my belongings, at least for today.
You have to grow a few more shoulders, I think.
I have a head.
and a tail.
I don't think
And
Soup
a
likes
papa.
being. I tried placing Soup on my head. They didn't stay still very long, unfortunately. They don't really follow along.
We barely had subjects.
Is it?
Ow.
Barely?
Yeah, no, they do sit there though. That's why they've been on my shoulder all day. They do follow along.
What do you feed him in the off chance you have to?
Okay, perfect.
Sand,
Thank you,
another
animals, let me know.
water.
Nice.
Ritual finish.
You know what? That must feel
Yeah.
nice to your shoulder, if anything, because like I mean, Percy's not heavy, I imagine, but there's still like a
I'm
little
curious
weight on
what
your
all that
shoulder, right? Now it kinda, like,
entails, what
balances
they're
out.
trying to do exactly.
It is. It's very balanced.
Where did you find him?
When I'd walked past earlier, I heard something about checking pathways.
I mean, you're more than welcome to try it out.
Right.
You
And
know?
how will it now?
If anything, I should hope it's a step towards curing the devouring, once and for all.
There is
We can certainly hope so, at the very least.
Okay.
I think he likes my shoulder. He sometimes wakes up on me when I'm sleeping.
Getting that resolved sooner rather than later
Let
would
me
be
use my
A little more towards your
third
head.
eye.
quite nice.
Yeah.
There we
It's
go.
a rock.
Yeah.
Percy just snuck away for a second.
Do all rocks eat?
Not all of them, no.
I'm
I don't know. Do all plants?
likely going to speak to Tolia later today regarding
He
a
doesn't like
few
the,
things
the cold,
involving
so
Sarge.
Heat's always good.
I know currently as it stands we are very much at our limit as far as resources or beyond that regarding those with devouring.
They were like a
Come hang out at Solar's.
So I simply need to talk to her to decide some things as well. But
Wonder what adventures they'd get on today.
Ah, so
Arson,
much stupid
probably.
shit. Oh, it's the Helma. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that sounds like my sort of thing. I might get out of this room because this is where I had a bit of a there was a bit of a gas leak, so I
the
might go
room?
upstairs.
Well,
Yeah, I was up here and I had a bad day.
Oh yeah, so did you
Don't
hear
look
a
at the
weird
spike.
magic noise?
right,
I think so.
of course. See you then.
Get some air.
Oh, okay.
Good idea.
Probably Malik.
I should probably take care of a few things.
We'll be down shortly.
Tune-ups to do.
Oh, time to go. I'm going down.
Quite impressive for a rock, to be fair. Oh, hey, big guy.
Not all rocks eat.
Hi.
Some rocks eat.
Might go
You wanna
upstairs
go in?
because this is kill me here for some
Is the
reason.
other room any better?
I think.
Round two.
Alright.
Is it better down here?
Alright, one moment, please.
Hi, everybody. So, as you can tell, we've been having really bad crashes, so we do have a new instance up. We think we've settled the issue. So, if everybody could respawn or just head over straight to the new instance, that'd be great.
You sure you don't want to make out furiously, Luca?
Come on, come on.
I'm
buddy.
thinking about it, but get the fuck away from me!
What the fuck?
No. Go at it. That's fine. I've got a camera. I mean, I don't have a camera.
Come here, you bastard.
Oh.
I can smell your dirty ear.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
Dude, I've been waiting for this since season 2.
Jeez.
I'm getting
Fuck, guys.
All right.
Start the prelude. Even faintly, while it might be dead, it's almost like it's slowly evaporating or dissipating, losing vigor or strength.
Interesting.
Look,
All right, Luca, go.
try. Okay, so that's news. All right. So what you're doing, right? It's dead. No question about that. What you're doing doesn't affect the soul. You're forcibly making the body a viable host for the soul to re-enter again, is what it is, right? You restarting the heart, the pumping blood into the head again, sending a signal through its body. You're able to bring life back into it again for the soul to take place. It didn't look like it. I mean, we don't know the personality of a goat, but it didn't look like it lost anything, right? It was the energy of it that was simply dissipating, not the second layer or the...
Did all of it come back?
Yeah. Seems that way, at least to me. I mean, it didn't change in size or anything.
I'm still unconscious, but getting your throat slit will, do that to you.
It still needs proper healing.
Yeah, the wound's still there. It's just closed. It's almost like a first aid spell. Don't burn fourth circle magic on that fucking goat. Holy shit.
Well, okay, well, I was just... we're gonna experiment it on again later. I mean...
It'll naturally over time.
I mean...
I don't want to do this again. Not with the goat.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, not you. Your part's done. That's not.
Oh, okay.
We're not doing it to a person. That's fucked up.
Who are they trying to resurrect?
Does anybody hear what the devouring?
Oh, okay. Talia was here. Women on.
Just rift illness,
Aurelie.
people.
We know, right?
Yes, sir.
That's good at least.
You willing to be a guinea pig?
Might as well, I guess. No time like the present.
It'll just be a slight cut, and then we want to look at your soul.
Sure, why not?
All right, have a seat.
All right.
Oh, I'll take the goat.
Yes.
Bring them up to the kitchen if you really want.
What's the other one?
I'll just put it back
Okay.
for now.
All right, if it shits on your camping supplies, that's.
Malik, will there be materials needed to try on someone with a rift illness? A rift touched?
I mean, I've looked at rifters before under this. It was weird, but I don't know if I would get more information. But we can try. But the Lithariel only has so much mana to go about in a day.
I'd love those notes then.
I mean, it's just abyssal energy all throughout the life force. It's gross.
Do you need to cut the site in question, or does it matter?
No. It's just the
just
blood
your
that's
blood.
important.
All right.
Yeah,
In comparison to the goat, her soul is nearly blinding. There's so much more there. The life force is strong, the will incredibly powerful. But the records, you still avoid as if nothing's there. You can only tell it's there by its absence. Alright, what do you see?
Fucking light is what I see.
Oh yeah, compared to a goat, it'd be pretty different.
Ow.
Again, try to focus it down. It is all about the matter of visualization. Try to get it into that sphere. Separate the layers almost.
Hey. Yeah, okay.
As you're looking at her, you can see in her pattern the devouring chewing away at her leg. Little bits at a time, slowly heading towards the core of her body. Second.
I mean, I can see it, I can.
And then, ever so briefly, flicker of something dark. Almost like a sliver of a worm moving through her life force. So hard to see, but you saw something there, outside of the pattern.
What is it?
It was merely for a minute. I thought I saw.
And there it is again. Just
That
briefly.
there's something slithering around, not in your pathways. It's separate to the pattern, but it's like there's something dark there. I can't. That has to be it. That has to be it.
Wait, there's
like a flash or a worm. I don't know if I can't tell what layer or where exactly, but there's every now and then there's something else there.
It's very specifically moving through her life force.
Oh,
As you start to search for it, it becomes slightly easier to find. It's small, it's thin, but it's insidious. And the way it's attacking is it is directly nibbling not at the flesh of her leg,
there.
but it is chewing at her pattern, changing it. And the parts it's attacking is the devoured parts of her body.
Wait, that doesn't. I mean, there's something there. It's the outermost layer, but it doesn't. It's. I don't know how to describe it. Insidious, but it's almost. It's chewing away at the parts of your devoured body.
And as you watch just a little longer, you can see as it chews away at the edges of the devouring places it leaves behind is just more devoured flesh.
It's like it eats what was there, but in its wake it's almost eating away at itself, reconstructing itself, maybe.
Like a worm chewing pathways.
It's a worm, I suppose. The shape of it, I mean.
Wait, is it?
That has to be it. No, I'm done. Ah.
Alright. They can do it.
Settling.
Rock. That has to be it. It was there, like the outer edge, this thin, writhing little thing.
Was it
vile?
What exactly was it in?
Was it in me, or was it like elsewhere?
Not in your body. It was consuming your life force. It the outer edge of the soul, the layer, right? It was nestled in there, but it was eating at your pathways. Which, I mean, it looked as if it was biting where it was, right? In your leg, right?
Yes.
Forgive me, right?
Yes.
Where your pathway into your leg, that flow, it was taking from that, but also the area around it. So that must be why it's self-replicating, right? Because it's not just eating the new area, which is why that makes sense, why it doesn't work for us removing it from the area, because it always comes back to that area. It's changed that, it has changed that pathways. That has to be it, right? It's reconstructed that, and now that's the normal.
So
But
it's attacking her pattern.
Yeah.
Wait, so is it changing it?
I think so. That has to be it.
Does it move away from the area affected at any point? I don't know how specific you get.
I felt like it was working its way from where it existed further, like trying to expand, trying to push in, trying to...
Ask the question that comes next, Vesper. What do you want to actually know?
I don't know what you mean. If you have a question in mind,
It sounded like it was pointed at a subsequent question.
This is big.
But there is something there, right?
Yes.
If we can figure out how to take out what that thing is, that little worm that yeah, parasite. That's the perfect word to describe it. That's what it was. It was like when you see a small animal that's been infected with parasites, it's that long, stringy, almost black worm. Yeah.
It's like a black tapeworm.
A soul parasite.
So it's eating her life force and leaving behind devouring?
Yes, or it. Yeah, it's changing the blueprint, the tapestry of what makes up you, right?
And so, when we remove a limb, then whatever portion of the tapestry it's attached to is removed.
Thus, the parasite is removed.
Yes, because that portion of the life force.
That's the part that it was connected to, that it was attacking, that it was consuming.
Yes.
And that's why an amputation doesn't help later.
Guess it's just reconnecting it.
Well, it's past it.
If you put
it's
it,
more.
If you put it back on, is what I mean.
Okay.
So if I understood right, it is where it was, where it's been affected. But as it does it, it creates more of that environment that it then goes and advances into and keeps eating.
Not... I suppose you could think of it like that. Sorry. It's like... It's almost as if... Maybe if you had a sandwich that had peanut butter and had jelly on one half, and you took a bite of it, and you had both peanut butter and jelly. It has the healthy tissue and also the bad tissue, which must be why you can't push back on it, because it just... It takes a part of it, and I don't know. It doesn't...
So it
I thought
replaces
at
it
first
all
it
with
was
jelly and
attacking
makes the sun
itself,
which it wants.
Well, I mean...
Laugh.
yeah.
Before we get too far down this path, how certain are you that that's what you're seeing specifically?
Positive. 1,000%. At first, it was hard to see past the brightness, and I think that's because us as people, we have more to us. But it was there. I saw it 3 times, and when I really focused, I could make out that shape of the...
And you're sure it stayed in the first layer and not went into the second and third?
No, I'm certain. It was... It couldn't... It wasn't penetrating, I suppose. It was just... Yeah.
When you say you saw the shape, you saw the shape of something, or you saw the shape of her affliction?
The shape of the affliction, or what's causing the devouring, the parasite. That's the clearest shape I saw.
Right. How do we do this?
It is relatively simple. You just need a small blood draw from the target. The blood is put into the basin, and then you simply use 4-circle divine healing spell as you would normally to see somebody's pattern for healing.
Okay. Yeah, it caught me. I want that to look at me. That's the point.
All right.
One's not data.
I need you on that.
Let me step aside.
I need to get up.
Yep.
Would trying with Celine potentially be a good idea as well? If open to it.
That's... I think it...
I don't have the devouring, though. It wouldn't be
I
a
know.
true comparison.
Different category, I guess.
I suppose more of my curiosity.
But if you wanted to, I wouldn't be opposed.
If they need more...
One giant problem at a time.
I'll start devouring.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with
No, it seems like they're doing something over there. And I don't want to, like, run in and interrupt. Yeah. I heard that part.
still just as bright.
In fact, while her life force isn't quite as bright as Aurelie, her will is so much brighter.
Okay.
And as you look at the pattern, you see the same damage. And it takes a while to find what you're looking for. That little worm thing.
The same consistent damage. But trying to...
But eventually, because you know what you're looking for, you're able to do it.
Where?
It's not surprising people have not been able to find it.
There it is. I see it. It's there. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And is it this? It's. Yep. It's the same thing. The same eating, although. Yeah, it's the same. Also present.
Anything different? Anything?
I mean, your brighter, your soul looks different. Your will, the second layer, it just feels far stronger than.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or.
More powerful mid.
Brighter than my other layers, or brighter than Aurelie, or
Brighter than Aurelie. Yeah, stronger,
yeah.
Potent. But no, it's.
Okay.
It's there. It's there.
Alright.
Can I stop?
Is it the same? Bigger, smaller?
Yeah. Same shape. Wriggling, writhing, eating.
Did it react to you in any way?
No, it seemed to. Aside from being in a different area, right? It still had the same. Trying to further in and consume, right?
I see. You use, for the curing of, well, delaying of the devouring, you use a guide, right?
That's a broad question.
Yeah, I know, it's a broad term. I'm just...
There is a
Well, I'm just
ritual
curious.
leader.
Yes. I'm just curious what it would look like during the process, if you could target it. Well, I guess that's for later.
I mean, would it be safe to mix things like that? The devouring ritual is a bit better than it started, but it's still not, super robust.
I got completely lost in my own thoughts. What?
I asked...
Watching while we do the other ritual. The devouring ritual.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's... We could do that.
Would it be safe to do two, given the mix of things in the first one? Actually, do we even have the mages for it? Probably, but it would be a close thing. Need someone that can do pathways.
Well,
shit.
I mean, to look at pathways, or...
Well, he's got to do the looking at this.
Could he not do... the other thing at the same time? Or is it private dev?
No, for sure not.
Okay.
The person doing the pathways is leading the devouring ritual.
I see.
Has anyone ever...
I can do it.
I mean...
So we can do it on someone else.
Yeah.
I guess we could do it on Aurelie. I need, what, NGL... well, I mean, we should figure out what we want to do and if we can get anything from it. I mean...
I can't imagine it wouldn't be valuable to see the reaction the parasite has to being healed, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
we may have to give Lutheria a little bit of time. You did cast that full circle spell. Near 5 times in a row now? 4?
4. I might be able to go again, but after that, I need to break. I'm feeling the burn.
Probably get the man the potion then, yeah.
Yeah, Jacqueline's about somewhere.
Happy to keep
Like one of
testing.
the fancy ones.
This is important.
Okay.
It is important, yes. This feels like
Did you look at any one that doesn't have the devouring?
Goat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I know the difference, right? It's just doesn't have wells
Well,
or you know, its soul is
Yeah.
different. It's not as
I just mean, you know,
complex?
just to
Oh.
consider that it might not be
Yeah, they're still doing
that. I mean, it might just be that we all have a thing.
Alec?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm just...
Jacqueline Lutheria needs you.
Get off, get off, get off. Get off, get off.
Oh,
No, right.
right, since you had it prior.
Oh, got it.
Since it was removed.
Or at least, Talia,
Full
moment
force.
grab
This
you
is
for a moment.
Yeah.
Just want
Okay.
Good thought.
It's just a moment, not
Don't
even
say out loud what you see.
okay. Wait.
Check.
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to come talk to you. Do you have any mana potions on you?
Yeah, I heard already. Do you mind giving this one when the time comes? 75%. Do you need just one or multiple?
None of you were told they might need you later to perform the lane devoured. Okay.
Yeah. If Riley told me things were happening now, it seems they were wrong.
And you can see his pattern is not great. However, there is no devouring. But as you continue looking, there is something there. But it's not as black as the devouring. It's not as worm-like. It moves more like a thin piece of cloth, blood red, suffusing his entire life force. But it is similar in makeup, if not structure.
Looking at him, right? Looking at the fringes of the life force. Look for the same little worm right where his arm maybe once was. You find nothing there?
Nothing, no.
Just the other thing going on.
It's similar.
It's, I mean, the insidious thing isn't there of a devouring race. Moving from your body into how you changed the result of your pathway, right? It's cut it off. But there's something, yeah, something else. A deep crimson mind almost wraps around and weaves within it.
The devouring is a mana construct. It's a parasite made out of mana that lives in the life force. Holy shit. It's the same. It's not the same, but it works on similar principles. Yes.
You just. What does that? Can I stop? What does that mean for you?
Put it down, man. Okay.
Fuck.
Here. 75%. 75%.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's just really tiring.
I understand Malik said not to mention anything out loud, but without going into details, should anyone that has had an amputation performed on them have anything to worry about?
No.
Nothing to worry
They
about.
should be fine.
All right.
That's completely clear. The act of amputating effectively removes that section from your tapestry, and that, along with it,
Right.
functions as we expected.
Good.
Well, it's good he's not going to get it in a month. That'd be a real pain in the ass.
Current hypothesis is that the devouring is a parasite made out of mana that lives inside the outer layer of your soul, your life force. And that is why simply cutting it away didn't cure it, because we were treating the symptoms and not the main cause. Okay.
So how do we remove it?
I mean, we could be incredibly aggressive with the devouring ritual. We could burn it away anytime there's even a moat. Maybe we'd starve it after a while.
Perhaps you could trap it, something of the sort. If it's existing there, could it perhaps be something that thrives and exists within the miasma of a rift? And perhaps it attaches itself to the host individual when they get too close and begins to feed on them. And that might be what causes
There's
it.
also the rift beasts that
Well, it's probably the same mechanism
likely
that
works
causes a
similarly.
rift to expand.
Maybe. I mean,
The mana is.
this might also just be the equivalent of rift beast fleas.
Yeah.
Maybe. How do you...
Or like you get cake worms from like fleas if you ingest them.
Well, I mean, there's a rift beast
Are
that
there
can
any such
give the
things
devouring.
as constructs or beings that don't have mana, that don't run with mana? Can they be infected?
Oh, like this, that.
No,
I don't know if
mana
everything
exists
has
in
mana.
everything.
Everything
yes.
does. Not even
Well,
a,
rift beasts don't.
Aetherite and Opalite don't have mana.
but they're not alive. That's the thing.
Presumably...
That explains why it was all squiggly when you tried the opalite with the devouring, though. Right?
Oh, like when people feed mana into
Yeah.
the rift. then
Is it
it
any
started
particular... Is it occult? Is it... Does it just take mana from the first layer, or... I don't know that you could be able to tell, I guess.
I mean, it was just.
Presumably, if it's a mana parasite construct, as Malik is saying, it needs its mana to do what it's doing, right? Could there be a way to starve it? Where is it getting the mana from? It can't have infinite mana.
Well, it kills
must
you,
just feed
and then
off
it's
us.
out.
I got a question.
Go for it.
Very funny.
Now that we know it exists, can't we just modify the intent of the spell and blast it?
That's what I was saying earlier.
Maybe you remove it, pull it out.
I don't think it is a good idea to blast a person's life force.
Metaphorically speaking, I'm not saying we just shoot a bunch of rampant
We
mana
can-
into them.
I mean, we can
targeting.
start working on something like that, but it's, I mean, working just in someone's pathways is already a fourth circle spell, and this would be a good bit more complicated than that.
The problem at the moment is that we can see it, but we can't touch it.
Right.
What we can see, you can only just see in that way, right?
But I mean, it sounds like
Like
we'd be
a-
getting pretty far into, like, proper soul magic. Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, literally interacting with the soul directly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we could figure it out if you gave us enough time, but, like...
I
Cool if
imagine
we
we
could starve it.
could starve it out, but that would likely kill the host. Because it's, from how he described it, eating the pattern.
Would the ritual of silence do anything to it?
That's... Well, we haven't... Hopefully.
Give me the next test.
Let you know when we find out.
Cool.
It's on the to-do list for the day, but things have been this.
Yeah.
Could I see my own?
Yeah, technically, it's hard.
Okay.
I mean, you can try, but again,
Is it
it's
like...
hard to see.
Is there a reason you want to see today? Might be best to save your strength if we're gonna do more things.
Yeah, no, I can wait. It's still thinking about it, but
okay.
I mean, we'll have the ritual space here forever, so. But I feel like we're on the cusp of something. This is huge. This is
important. Yeah.
Major.
If we just need to find a way, like a parasite, we need to make tweezers that we can reach into someone. We need to be able to touch someone's soul so we can pull it out.
You know,
That's the
or
next
like
step. We
spit
have
it
to find
out.
a way to interact to bridge that gap, right?
Which...
I mean, we have to either kill it or starve it, right? Like, those seem to be the obvious metaphors, at least.
Maybe it sounds like a silly question, but when you were looking at these worms, so to say, was there actually a case where did they like? I know you said you can't really grab them, but did they at least look like they would be able to be tangibly grabbed, or is it more just something like a visual thing?
At least, I mean, it's visual. Like
Okay.
like a misty steam. You push your hands through it, and the steam just
Okay, understood.
it's around.
Do you want to
It's a
maybe give the
diagnostic
people who got here later a description of what? Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I can draw it out.
Explaining what the ritual does to the group is probably useful because some
Yes.
people weren't here.
Very simply, it is a ritual that does something very similar to what some of our medical personnel are able to do naturally, which is be able to diagnose issues with your awareness and pathways. However, this is a souped-up version that also allows you to take glimpses at the soul. It is costly for mana and difficult to look at because souls are very bright. And now we've seen the devouring in someone's soul, which is concerning, but also
Well, now that we know what it looks like, it's a bit relieving to know what we're working with or against in this matter.
It's useful, yeah.
know your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not knowing it's a parasite, it's just coming up with the solution to remove it.
Can I try and draw what I saw? Just so it's easier for everyone to understand. me go away. I'll come out when I'm done.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
There is supposed to be a party upstairs. Not everybody need, if they don't want to, like. I just. Yeah.
I think it's certainly
Not gonna
catching
lie
a
to
lot of
everyone,
people's
it's gonna catch
attention.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's gonna take a long time to catch some people up on ritual magic. So, like, we can do that for you. But, you know, your ability to help today with things might be a little bit diminished. If you want to go to the party, all I'm saying is you're not likely to be, like... Not the last time we're gonna be mucking about with this stuff.
We're not gonna miss anything, is what you're saying?
You might miss something, but, I mean, I don't know that
Nothing
you would have
major?
missed something that you could have helped with.
I'll leave it to the professionals.
How does
Just like
that ritual of silencing that you have prepared work?
Well,
or, like,
the
maybe, like,
rough
peck the
idea
tiny
is
worms
to
out of the
create
ground?
a
Sort of like
an amount,
Also, on each of the
area,
flower bits and cake.
place, gap
oh,
Because we
that
have a
is
bunch of new archmages and
well,
we
stasis.
have cake for new archmages.
But we haven't gotten a chance to test it. What with the fact that it was not particularly worth risking a dangerous ritual, given what we know, like scrying can do, given that there was a leviathan bearing down on our heads. So,
Yeah,
like I said,
I'm
it's
asking
kind of on the plan of
because-
the day, but.
I played with a concept back on the island a long time ago. A ritual, after we dealt with the mind mages and we captured one, I was trying to come up with a way to stop having to deal with time-stopping mind mages. And I worked on a ritual that would be centered on the pattern that would stop the mage from casting. I don't know. I have the notes somewhere. I would love to compare with you because I don't know that it's the same concept what I went for versus what you went for. But I think something valuable might be gleaned out of it. I think I was pretty close to making it work.
Okay.
So
I mean, like, we're gonna try the stasis, right? Like,
I'm not saying
do we
not
have a
to.
device that we
Oh,
can use
right
for
now.
it? 'Cause we,
Okay.
well,
Did you say
no,
the
but
party
like
is not ready?
today.
they should be. They're like, oh, stop looking at spoilers.
All right, I think this.
On the
Oh.
on the top deck.
Oh, on the top deck, they yelled at us.
I don't know
when
what
we were in
happened.
the
Didn't mean to
bus
scare you like that.
Yeah, you
No.
jump scared me.
You're so
It's
weird.
Party's on the top
sorry.
deck. Yeah.
I think we're ready to
If I can
No
start that meeting back up. You want to help me gather everybody?
Yes, we could go over that rather quickly. I think Angela and I discussed
Alrighty.
the things.
party.
Sure.
of course.
All right, let's go.
Aurelie.
Yes.
Off the top of your head, the rift illness, does it stay in the first layer or does it go to... Because I heard talk of it going into the records.
It-
See different reactions from different people.
I can't see into the records. Nobody can.
Nobody can. Okay. Yes. Does it stay on the first though? Or
I understand.
as far as you understand, on the pattern?
From
No, you
I've
won't.
only
I guess.
seen one person's, and it was just in the life force.
Okay.
But they were in a lot less bad condition as some of our rift touched.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I
what I
mean,
saw.
it was.
Something you said
You can
conversation.
cast it.
So,
Yeah, you can have a look on
Gross.
this page. Cast chat. This is what it looked like.
I see.
right.
On the
So is that the entire entity what you saw, or more just like what was coming out of the wound?
That's this is different to what I saw in the it's different
Of
to
course.
the devouring when it's in your body, right? Of course it has those tendrils, right? It wraps. This is the thing on the soul that was
What is this?
latching through it.
Yeah, no, parasitic worm is a great way to describe it.
When we're done discussing something, I think I might have an idea as far as something we might be able to do to assist that I would like to run by you.
Of course.
I'll go deal with this first, however.
Yeah.
My spell, you weren't here. I work.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm turning around.
And Jill, before we get into the festivities, I'd like to finish up that meeting. Okay.
They got so many sweets.
We'll meet in the same place.
Here.
Haven't seen Riley.
Here, I was just gonna grab here's another half.
Riley was in lower bunks. Suppose before I head back inside, for those nearby, cookies are being stolen. Please get everything on board.
There's no evidence. I did nothing.
Raise your weapons. Cookie thieves on deck.
Ah, terrible.
Truly a worst case scenario.
I can't believe that degree of betrayal.
Same place. Betrayal?
Cookie thieves. This ritual rite of silencing works. That's great, but otherwise, maybe I'll dig them up.
Size of the soul scale with the size of the thing.
Because people are about to come
Pardon?
storming through?
Sorry,
Nope.
my bad.
No.
Ah, there we are.
Put the cards down for a second. The DMs have said that this room is most likely where all the crashes are happening, so they've literally put teleports outside to stop that. So this is
Okay,
why this room does not
we'll go to the
look
bunk.
like-
Oh!
Sounds stupendous.
Yep. Let's go.
Let us escape.
Had a
Like a goal for Aurelie would be like mist going through.
I'm having a quick word with Luca. Catch up with you in a moment.
It was like trying to look through.
Did you really go in?
No, I'm on my way.
I don't know.
Really did not come in.
I did not.
There she is.
I had to talk to
There we are.
Atolia super quick.
Have a sit down.
Oh.
Might as well.
Alright. I've been sitting all day.
I'll keep
Oh,
sitting.
Well. Okay.
Yeah. Alright, has anyone had any thoughts about the Leviathan situation? How that could be improved? What we think was effective, what wasn't effective? Stuff like that?
Oh
We
boy.
did discuss this when you left. Okay. I think in terms of our own capabilities, when it comes to magic and our own strength, we're more than capable. It's just we don't find these windows that we need to deliver this strength. So to then rely on black iron equipment like the ballistas, sieges, and cannons and the like, they would give us our windows. We need more... what's the word? Utility than we do strength.
Yes. The means to temporarily neutralize the beast so we can take advantage of those windows it creates. We were able to wound one of its legs. I think it was through the weird, like, antlion pit or whatever. After that, when it got lodged within it, and we peppered it with fire. This was when all of you were still down there. I had just come up, talked to speak to them, and relay information before heading back. And was there when this happened. I noticed later on when we were fighting it, it kept favouring the same leg. It would fall, go down. That was when we could take advantage of it. Perhaps targeting in such a manner, using the black iron tools and the like that we could come up with. I do believe better degrees of organisation, of course, paramount for that in general, so we don't waste our mana. Formations and the like will just get you killed.
Yeah, trying to stick to any kind of formation doesn't even seem feasible, even if it was something we could pull off. Just lining up like dominoes. Alright, so for now it seems like guerrilla tactics and attempting to take it down a peg, as we've been doing, is the best course of action?
Perhaps.
Well, when I was up there mainly, every time I don't actually recall if you mentioned it, every time it was shot at in a specific location, the Leviathan would target that cannon specifically, or harpoon. And it led its focus away from those who were trying to lead it away from the city each time.
You know, that doesn't even necessarily have to be something that large. I was able to do the same thing with my rifle. Back when we first faced it,
Yes.
Holston. If I shot it in the face, it would break away from the others and follow me.
I see. That does create an issue, though, of... Go ahead.
Similar to the both of these, we discussed earlier the possibility of maybe focusing on one of its limbs, since it seems to be prone to losing its balance. With the end holes and the traps and the wires and the cannons. If we could somehow all focus on one limb at a time, ideally a leg, we could bring it down, get some damage in. That's our window.
Well, that's the problem. They attempted that when we were dealing with the Leviathan, when you guys had gone down. We had people who were stationed on the cannons, and we had 2 people stationed underneath the Leviathan at all times. Yuki and Malik was mainly fighting it. Barrett too. But every time somebody was attacking it with a cannon or a harpoon coming from different angles, it got up and it would either brush off the attacks or it would just start going for the closest target, which was the cannons or the harpoons. And didn't really give people much chance to fight it.
That.
What is that?
The top deck now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sure is.
What the fuck is that?
What? What are we hearing?
Oh, wow.
Maybe we should all go below
What's going on?
That's gonna coming out. I don't know if that's the play.
Right.
So that's what is this?
Are those the stars? Those look like what Qualm had.
No.
What? Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Fuck me.
What's going on?
What do you see up here?
What's under the sun?
Wait.
Hey, are you okay?
That's the sun.
The moon!
What the fuck? The moon?
What in the fuck? How? What?
Quam 1! Quam must have...
He must have done something.
Normal again?
Some
Well,
manner
it's
of
different.
victory.
It's definitely
I call that normal.
I don't know about normal.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's better than
relatively,
normal.
like,
Do you see that as well?
it looks better than the big rift, so, like...
They took it back.
Right. We allowed him the chance. Right. Because the...
What is that?
You know what I'm saying? I don't think anyone was expecting it.
This is great.
Still has the outline.
He had said, also I was told at least that we had thrown their forces into disarray with the victory that we had. It created an opening for the gods, basically, for Qualm and others. This proves it. We have to hit them as hard as we fucking can.
That's what it's seeming like. I mean, we got this back?
Yes, that's... We have to create openings for them. We have to be decisive. We have to win them. Decisively.
A reflection of the...
I can only assume that's what we've been doing. It's better this time.
I guess.
Just gotta do it better the next.
Yes.
on it. What do you think that is?
I need to really speed up my weapons research then.
It was a true victory in that instance. Like,
You said that was divine.
I'm sorry. We just have to keep surprising them, I suppose.
Leviathans we can kill.
Yes.
Only one I know of is one that takes refuge in the water.
Yeah, I could boil the ocean.
Right. Sure.
Hopefully. It's a part of it.
I hate to be that. Are we being fucking tricked right now? I don't think so.
Are we gonna?
I don't know.
I think we're gonna.
I don't know.
I mean, of course we're gonna.
Divine magic and some of the other things are very smooth. I mean, no, but it's still.
In the air, then like this divine magic started filling.
It's a huge amount of divine energy surrounding. It seemed like a ship, but it might have been actually a ship. This is real.
Might have been all of us.
Well, it means they want to fight. The last thing we saw was Arena and Qualm literally going to fight.
Finally.
When we saw Qualm outside, that's what they said was going to happen. Yeah, when Qualm appeared, Arena showed up.
This is new? What?
Do you think she won then?
Good thing.
This is sort of shit that we were supposed to start actually telling everyone these days.
The other day, right before we left, Qualm showed up. You knew about that, right?
No. It was mentioned. Yeah. It happened right
I've been
before
trying
the
to
funeral.
tell everybody, but
Yeah.
no one likes to listen to me. Yeah, I assumed Asteri. A whole big Asteri got titled guideman by Qualm, who showed up, and then Arena showed up at the end.
What's Granny Story? Wait, what does that mean? Yeah, I was gonna ask him.
I have no clue.
This is literally the first time ever hearing anything about this.
oh, I only happened to hear about it because
Sometimes we hang out with the gods a little bit.
Yeah. I knew of Asteri's chance meeting, but not about them going into war. Or battling.
And then Sia, my little star, my little star friend decided to stay with me. The North Star decided to stay.
Yeah.
I mean, now I'm a guide.
It's wonderful, but it still leaves me with confusion.
So cool.
It's like.
I'm just so glad they're back. All the stars. I was so worried. Vega, Cassiopeia.
It's got some like glowing things.
Sia will have plenty of things to say tonight.
Get him.
So maybe.
I need to learn all their names now.
I mean, it probably just represents part of whatever god took over, right? Winters, to be careful.
You remember half, I'll remember the other half, and then if you forget it.
Actually, this is a pretty great opportunity. I just had the thought, like, if word gets out that we just killed the Leviathan, and then, like, a couple, like, days later, this happens,
they are
people might
interconnected.
attribute it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is actually like it actually is the thing.
It is, yeah.
Because
Do we have any followers of Luna on board?
Yeah.
All of the stars that were gone,
and Geo.
even before the other day, they're back. All of
Right.
them.
I know they're all back.
Perhaps they'll feel something again?
Better than ever.
perhaps.
Qualm must have done something.
Make moves, you know?
But yes,
It was an after we defeat the Rift.
Qualm thanked them, or us, I suppose, for the victories that we had had that day, that it created an opening for them. It threw their forces into
Anyone got
disarray
water
to
magic?
allow
Yeah.
them to strike.
I mean, I got ice.
So it is
No.
connected.
For a
We
second.
Yeah, it is.
allowed them enough of a
We said that,
reprieve
like,
that they could respond.
Yeah. I guess what my main point is we gotta, like, enforce that in the minds of the people so that they're more willing to work with us and give us stuff and do
Perhaps
stuff
so.
with us.
Personally, I think this is indication that we should absolutely obliterate our enemies until there's nothing left.
I've noticed.
And that
I'm
would give
honestly
the opening
surprised
that's
people weren't
needed.
doing that
I have
before. Yeah,
noticed.
like,
They weren't.
like if we were, yeah, like that's what I've been doing.
I'm a little overburdened by what to say, I guess.
Like,
It's something to be glad about.
That's for sure.
Great. Okay.
There has been
Cool.
a shift. It's hard to explain exactly what kind of shift there's been, but it seems like a step in a better direction. Not quite comfortable yet, but not the way it was.
When it's going, it feels like it's slowly.
My lab
Yeah,
check.
correct. Oh, do you want us to back?
You could check.
I don't know why recruitment is a
I like what you did with your hat. Somewhere.
Thank
Oh,
you.
there's a grab hook figure.
So, feeling it, it's not the same as it was before, but it's like,
Nobody tells me anything.
it starts to, like, I don't know, it starts to feel like it was before. Not like it's all the way back, it just feels like a step, like almost it's going in the right direction to me.
I don't know what.
Careful.
Did mention, sir, that
You guys
burned
look
as a
amazing.
boon. Maybe this
No,
is
I
not.
mean, it's weird, like,
William Lucas and bring them to the missile.
Putting a new rock in the sky.
it feels like it was before, but not, like, it's like in a step in the right direction, not like it actually is. We're still how it is before the moon, well, exploded, but I guess it's progress. Right.
Tell me something. Do the people of the north also use the stars to guide them?
We should be able to see this.
We do. We try to, at least. We'll help people. Just confused.
It was the only way I knew how to guide.
I didn't. Rin, what the fuck are you wearing?
Would you care to join me?
It's a whole thing.
Pretty good reason.
I mean, do you want me to at least be honest?
Yeah.
You
Really,
look
got a sec?
completely, like, it's completely feeling
yes,
like not
yes,
you,
of
but
course.
you still wear it well.
Thank you. Everyone's been complimenting Galem.
No.
What do you think about this?
I think this is proof that we were taking the correct actions, at least as of late. That this is a sign, I believe, that what we accomplished there with the Leviathan and our enemies, it threw them off balance. Quam had said so himself, that it created an opportunity for them to regroup. It threw their forces into disarray, the adversary's forces, here. And it appears that created enough of an opening that a positive change was made in the other direction, back from the abyss that we've been spiraling towards. I think this is proof that we have to decisively ensure victories from here on out. We have to. We cannot let our opposition stand. We need total and complete victory. I do not believe there is any other answer in that regard. And we have to approach it with seriousness. Oh, sorry.
Then first things first, we'll get working on those Aether-Tech stuff. You're fine. We're just having a chat.
Yes.
Maybe not in front of the door next time, please.
Yeah.
I was excited.
You heading to bed, Riley?
No.
Okay.
I was coming to find you guys because you guys weren't on the top of the deck.
Yeah, just need to have a quick chat with
cast
Riley.
his magic.
What?
He can? Wait, the divine cast?
Divine. Yes, he can cast his divine now.
So this is even more of an advance in the appropriate direction than was apparent.
Did they
What
get
from what?
Jordana back?
No, apparently it still hurts. So you know. No, but apparently what Astari said that Quam apparently is giving Rosewood a boon. And the boon is the moon, I guess.
Why has it got that red and that blue on it, though?
I'm thinking balance. In some
Between what?
way.
The moon's colored red and blue.
Just the tips of it, like the poles of it.
The outside of such, yes.
Maybe it's in a
framed.
Wait. It could be some sort of stasis.
I was speaking to Terrace on the matter. I mean, it's the place between when things exist and things don't, so It would make sense if we're in some sort of area of stasis. The moon is in stasis, if the stars are in stasis. All of that has already disappeared.
Or maybe it's just an aspect of whatever new moon god exists in Luna's place.
Could be a new
Truthfully,
moon god.
I don't know. I can't really know because I can't see it. So
I mean, did anyone else notice when the yellow cloud disappeared, essentially, the stars that flew past the ship?
Yes.
For
The
stars?
multicolored ones. The same one when the moon blew up. When we
I'll
left
leave the
Norendale.
observation conversation to those that can see. I'm going to.
Sorry, you might as
escape.
well check on
Okay.
Meredith.
Yeah.
But you're saying that there were multicolored stars when the
Yes,
moon blew up?
they flew. Yeah, you know that star that brought us here into Droza?
Yeah, the big one?
Yes, the big one. Yes, that one. There was smaller ones that flew past the ship as the dust, as the cloud dissipated.
Are you talking about the little yellow lights that were flying around?
No, there were multicolored ones
No,
as well.
there were multicolored ones for a split second.
I didn't see that one.
Well, I did.
Huh.
So, it is possible that we may have just got a new god. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Goddess.
Hmm.
We did get a boon, so this might actually help us in more ways than one.
Can certainly hope.
Mm.
There is a good point with this as well that Lyron made, that I'm starting to consider in a way. Information is a very powerful tool. If it gets out that this event becomes a link to us intrinsically in some way.
Oh, we'll be in complete and utter danger, and enemies would have it, and they would go straight for us. We'd have more
which we're
targets on
already
our
going
back.
to
I
have,
know.
most likely.
Mm.
I
Especially
already
now.
know.
But it also gives us allies, potentially. Cooperation from others that we may not otherwise get. It could erase doubts and similar.
It's a double-edged sword.
It is.
That's all I'm going to say.
Without a doubt. Those that are in league with the adversary, I mean, for all we know, they might even be instructed to target us.
Well, all I know is that most good swords do have two edges, so it's one I'm willing to take.
Maybe, but we'd have to see, won't we? So,
Just gotta wield them right.
we'll see.
Well, really nice to have a talk, so we'll see you at the party, okay?
Okay. You're going to be late for your little meet-up as well.
I know, I'm trying to keep it quick.
Yes, we can keep
you
that
better.
brief.
After you.
Thank you.
All right. First, I want to thank you for leading the team when I couldn't, for stepping into the role during that whole mess when my uncle showed up.
It's no trouble, sir. You were put in a difficult situation with that. I could have certainly offered criticisms regarding such, but I would not offer them because I would have done the same. I think anyone with actually cares about their family members, then I would do the same. Sometimes
It's good to know I have someone that I can rely on in that matter.
Of course,
So
sir.
thank you.
Most welcome.
I have noticed something on I guess a less savory note. I've noticed you talking with Talia a lot lately. And I've also noticed that anytime I get near, the two of you go completely silent.
To be fair, I think that's more so anyone that comes up. Somewhat hushed conversations and viewing personal views of things and other. Expressing concerns.
So are you saying that it doesn't have anything to do with me?
I did speak of you. I will say that openly at times. I was worried for your mental well-being at the time, given what had transpired with your great-uncle and everything you had undergone with your mother and other family members at the time. I was worried that might affect you in a negative way, as that certainly can with people, for certain. That was most my primary concern, really.
Any secondary concerns?
Not entirely, no. It's a rather pleasant conversation for the most part. Actually just
Say so.
talked. It's kind of nice. I do sometimes, of course, question decisions people make, or the path the Institute takes on with problems. We all have frustrations. You know, it's inevitable that that's the case. It's impossible to always agree with one's comrades. So, sometimes venting that is better than just letting it sit. But doing so in a manner that is at least rational, not destructive. Kind of analysing your own thoughts.
I do want you to know that if you take any issue with something I do or don't agree with the direction I'm taking, I'm fully comfortable with you coming and talking to me about it.
Of course, sir. I will absolutely keep that in mind. I know we do differ on certain viewpoints with some things, as was evident regarding the setting sun down there, for example, and how that was conducted. We already talked about this. And in that, I hope no ill will or anything of the sort, given that my stance is a very different one on such matters. But that's the nature of things, right? It's better, I think, if everyone doesn't have the same point of view. There's things I will miss and things you will miss, no doubt.
I agree. I think that's one good thing that we have going for us, is that people with all these varying viewpoints and everything else can at least fight side by side when it means saving the world. But I do worry sometimes that not everyone here you remember what Angel brought up the other day at a meeting, something about how
yes,
there's one team here that was completely on board with essentially overthrowing the Chancellor.
I do remember him expressing concerns about something of the sort, as in that Malak's dedication or confidence in the initiative, in our abilities to succeed, was shaken. And that was something that we, of course, would have to take into consideration and account. And I suppose some were considering potentially more rash action. But I've not seen too much necessarily giving evidence of that. I don't think the words coup or anything of the sort should necessarily be thrown around. Such does cause unease and might stir people to action, perhaps, assuming things are worse than they are. But if his ability to lead and his confidence is shaken, that is something we should certainly be aware of and pay attention to.
I think it's worth noting that despite being murdered by someone that he supposedly trusted, being murdered by someone from this institute and still coming back to lead it afterwards tells me everything I need to know about the character of him and whether or not he's forgotten the mission.
He was murdered by
haven't heard-
someone in the Institute.
You don't know the details of this? I'm
No.
surprised.
I do not.
Huh. Essentially, there was this girl named Morgan. Some farm girl came to the Institute. She was on Terra for a while. There was some kind of disagreement with how these pirates were handled, who had come to our island and used mind magic against us. And we killed them, and apparently she had gotten close with one of them. And she decided to take out her anger on the Chancellor by leading him into a cave and brutalizing him to death with her metal magic.
I see.
And then she tried to claim some nonsense story that ghosts made her do it. Nonsense involving some altar down there. It was ruled out that that was even possible. We had spells to actually verify the story. And she waited, or she used the time between when we can verify the story and the incident to essentially run away. She got on a boat and we never saw her again. So, I don't know what Malik's condition is as far as why he's able to come back the way he does. But all I do know is that we brought him back, and when he was reinstated as Chancellor, from what I understand, he didn't bat an eye. Now, I'm sure that it's shaken him, and I'm positive that it's affected him in some way.
Oh, without a
But
doubt.
do I think that it's affected his ability to lead, command, or otherwise to his faith? I don't think that's been shaken. His loyalty is to Alea and her cause, first and foremost.
Ever since that conversation happened, I've been meaning to try and find time to sit and have a brief chat with him. I feel like I get along with the Chancellor rather well, at least in the exchanges that I've had with him. I could see where some might have confidence shaken and the like, but mine is not. I very much view him as the captain of the ship, and be it through force of habit or otherwise, I feel a certain degree of conviction regarding standing beside the captain. Perhaps it's habit.
Or maybe you can just pick out the good ones when you see them.
Perhaps.
He's a good man. He knows what it takes. He knows the sacrifices that we'll have to make, but he's not going to make them willy-nilly.
Indeed. Having conviction is good. And he has a lot on his shoulders. I think that's something that people may forget at times. There's a great deal of stress on someone in a position like that. One of the things that Toy and myself spoke of, actually, is a view that we both share, and that is that some are allowed moments of respite and joy to celebrate, perhaps, like victory, like us going on upstairs. And then there are those that cannot. Because there is always something more that needs to be done, preparations that have to be made, considerations taken into account for what has to happen next. And she very much feels that way. Very dedicated to the mission, I believe. I'm as well. That's why I'm here. And honestly, I don't think there can truly be any real celebration until it's done. But you have to allow people that as well. Morale is incredibly important. Not everyone operates the same.
I agree.
Was there anything else you
It's
wished to
no-
discuss, sir? Oh, my apologies. Please, go ahead.
There's a lot. I'm just trying to think about how to go about it without sounding inappropriate.
Give me a sec.
Oh, of course.
Hey,
There's
what's
a
up?
manhunt out for you, Luca.
Hmm.
Half the ship are looking for him.
lark.
Shuri's in
It'll
the
have to
single,
wait, I guess.
Was it single Pringle?
Yeah, sure is
bar?
a single Pringle in shambles. Something like
I have no idea.
Okay.
Get out there and don't break their heart.
So, as I said,
Idea has an axe out, dude.
some are allowed moments of
He
celebration.
has an axe out.
Do enjoy yours.
We'll talk later.
Of course.
Janai's ready.
Kidnapping him.
Ah, there you are. Okay.
All right.
You're all getting kidnapped in here. In here. Move. In here.
Okay, all right.
In there? Oh, right.
That's singles night here, by the way.
That's so sad.
I'm sorry, what?
Being single mingles area in the no.
Sad in there.
I wouldn't call it sad, I'd call it pathetic.
It's called the single mingles bar that's happening in there right now.
Found a kazoo.
Right.
Oh yeah, I need
Oh
to
yeah,
see
he's playing
What?
kazoo, isn't he?
Do
I-
we hit through here, do we? Is we just allowed?
I made sure to ask.
Singles mingle bar.
Honestly, I'm doing that. I think
that's
that would be
me.
playing the music.
He found a kazoo.
No, he said he carved one.
Wow, what a jump!
I think I have
Look
something
at
to
slow
add to
dance to
this.
this.
I need to go to my room real quick.
Yes, I'm going to slither on past.
What's wrong with Aurelie? Not like
Yep.
the
Wait for you.
Not my scene.
So awful anticipating going back up to top deck.
I'm considering the same. I'm going to throw myself off the side of the ship.
Same. Are you seriously sure you're really bad?
It's fine.
I don't literally mean that. It's figurative.
But if you did mean it literally, I do have other potions.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I got
Keep that in mind, you know.
I'm so hungry. Yeah, I'm leaving.
Yep, I'm going to.
Go to the main door. Go
Thanks.
Wow, everybody's leaving. Are we done running out there, guys?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
From what my father would tell me.
Sure, yeah.
Well, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah, but you know, you just take your time to get all the couples, you know,
I
allow
feel-
me to just be regular people for a bit and not, you know, save yourself the world.
I don't
I feel like I wandered into date night and I feel terribly awkward.
So if you want, you can go downstairs to the bar. That's where singles nights happen.
Holy shit, you look smashing.
Thank you.
I was finding the way to phrase it, but sure, that works.
You just say a look handsome, you know, gussied up.
That's good.
I feel like a clean up well.
I don't know what it means.
I won't even recognize you.
You didn't even recognize.
Hey, if you needed a disguise, maybe lose the Ignis insignia on the tie, but otherwise.
I'll have Rosewood on the back. All right. Yeah, no, this is for a couple, you know, and have a romantic evening. If you're single, you can go downstairs and drink as much as you want down there. It's going to be like a singles night, bit of a mixer if you want.
So what's happening over there?
I don't think so. If I remember correctly. What did you keep
I don't. Yeah, are you allowed to do that with a Ferrari? Is it allowed?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. In many different places.
illegal.
Hi, sorry, while he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with, welcome to Legal.
We I think we had just gotten stun locked by what was to our left here.
That's all.
All right, cool.
I'm glad things went.
Oh boy.
Yeah. All right, well,
What is over? What am I?
Dating a Sonori.
All right.
Alright, he's back.
He's good. She went to the bathroom to gussy up, I'm assuming.
Hey, so Bud, how are we rotating people out?
You mean?
They're about to leave, and then we can have Shuri and Luca come in. Probably. They also had dessert, so we can ask them to leave in a second.
I'm going to excuse myself. I do not
I can
belong
ask them
here.
if they want their check.
Lady some credit. She's got.
You look incredible too, by the way. Lovely.
I was looking at the map.
Oh, there's far too many couples. Why is everyone sat in groups? I hate it.
Everyone just split up.
Whenever you show.
I know. It's everywhere.
But look, it's a
Oh.
rock.
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, why did no, did I...
Yes. It is.
Sorry, I put my
Very
phone
big
down.
rock.
So
Look at this.
I was not aware. Let's see where my repartee had gone. It seems to escape my cat.
I'm just going to get something. One of these. What?
I had a sort of back and forth
About the bad news, by the way, you know.
I'm
like
sorry.
To have a worm.
Yes, finding out I apparently have worms was not what I was expecting to go through today. Why can't I pick up this cookie anymore?
The devouring is a parasite and some sort of nanoparasite.
The fuck? It's so elusive. Come back. No, there.
You know, it's a shame. I can't even see what they're grabbing. I can't see anything.
I'm gonna put my cookie back.
I do apologize for being.
I think there's something going on with it. It's strange, behaving very poorly. Yes, I'm not exactly thrilled by the prospect, and my leg's been itching ever since. I know it's not related, but it's like that phantom sort of thing when you see a spider like in your dormitory, and you can't help but just think about it all the time. And now I'm thinking, I was like, that's so dumb. Worm.
If it makes you feel any better, I got it all over my face.
Don't say that.
That's fair. My apologies. I know I say apologies, condolences, that that's the case.
I have a worm in my face. That's tragic.
Listen, we'll find a way to cure it. Right, now that we know what we're fighting, we'll figure it out.
Right. I keep missing Tori. I've been meaning to have a word with her.
She just walked out behind you.
Oh, alright. Go chase.
Back down.
I'll do that. Thank you. I know. I don't know why I said thank you. Hi.
You wanna play worm?
Play.
Not all.
I'm
of it,
sorry.
but
Play what?
seem a good
Play worm?
No, I already have one. I don't want to play. Well,
You have a worm?
yes, I have a
Oh,
worm.
yeah,
How big is it?
Honestly, you're better
Have
than
a
me.
pet worm with a
wouldn't,
rabbit?
I wouldn't have made a joke about this too soon. Honestly, I give you all in the world.
I can't perceive it. It's the devouring worm thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I meant like playing worm, like you lay on the floor and you like be worm, and then you like roll, you like slither around.
Probably not. I think I'll pass. I will take it into consideration that I will freely admit I came over here because I wanted to see if you were all dressed up like a few of them. That's all.
No.
Oh, no,
Ignis
I
left me out of the loop.
But yes, you.
What do you
would
mean
not,
you're dressed
but
up? You got the little napkin.
I was just curious.
I have the bib, yeah.
Haven't even.
Wait, and then I kind of dressed up.
What? I have to give my told
Have you tried the blueberry stuff? It's delicious.
No, I've only had like a cookie.
She almost lost her mind over it. Go get a drink whenever you can.
I chugged like an entire thing in a few minutes, or not even a few minutes. Like, how long is that?
It was a minute. It was less than a minute.
Yeah, yeah, it's really good.
It was
It's really
the
good. It's really
funniest
good.
thing.
It's a test of food.
Alright, I'll get it. I'll grab it.
Even now, I'm struggling how to respond.
Can you also get me one?
Say no.
No. It's stuck to me.
What? What's stuck to you? No, have you done that?
I don't know. Where is it? I don't think.
It's.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Crazy
I
idea.
spilled something on myself and need
carry
to
it
get it
somewhere.
off. Yes, I made a mess of myself.
There was one.
Things.
There was a horse
They're
like
all
animals.
out, and I spilled ale on myself. Oh, God. I hope I'm recording. I am. Okay. I just had that thought. Pew.
guys going?
We're going to have an experience, whatever that means.
Yeah, I warn. Single mingle
very
is
busy down there.
It's packed, it's busy, and Murmur found Kazoo and won't shut up.
Aren't they selling
This
this
is
so
in
well?
fact true. He does.
Hey,
He won't.
no,
Fancy dinner nice.
Fancy dinner real nice. We help
But
cook.
there's a waiting list.
Did you spill on yourself this time?
No, I'm clean. I managed to get it off.
That's good.
Thanks. Shit.
This is certainly the most unique thing that has come up.
Feels so quiet. I suppose I should go check.
Reader. I'm going to say I love you in this magical instrument I just found.
That does not sound like that.
Okay, no.
I can't believe he's using a Faviran instrument.
Go back up top.
In such a fantastic way.
I should go get the book. Might as well.
I bet it's extra nervous.
Instead of sea bug, they're river bug.
It's
still yummy.
I try my best to, at least for the small moments, bask in it without having any second questions. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm fine. Yes.
You just feel now. Is it? Is it a?
It's great, isn't it?
have you been spending time?
Just like
I have actually, yes, but I was, to be honest, with the big surprise of everything, I decided to opt for one of Rin's stronger drinks, honestly, because I needed a little bit of courage after that surprise.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore from down there.
The moment.
I want to cut her out.
Yet another achievement under the belt. I'll thin the grouping up here. Okay.
Oh, I'm fine. Yes. I found Lucia's journal. It's just reading through part of it. Don't know why. Thought it would help.
Well, if there's any night to honor someone's memories tonight, I would say so.
Kind of what I was thinking as well, actually. Hmm. There's, I know it's a little thing, but there was a drawing she did, I believe, of all of you. She certainly put her art into it. It's the last entry.
The last one.
Yes.
Must have done it before we went down into the cave.
I think so.
Think this means she knew how dangerous it would be?
I think she might have. She was struggling. I get that impression. There are parts of it. Just dealing with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think she was aware. And even knowing these, she came with anyway.
She did. Apologies.
You're okay. Getting there myself. Goes to show how much she trusted us, I guess.
I think so, yes.
Gave her perspective on how she viewed us.
She was certainly fond of the captain. And frustrated.
Yeah, it should.
I will say, in a way, it's kind of nice to read what the initiative got up to before I was part of it. Gives you a degree of perspective that I simply do not have.
I suppose you can only imagine what the island was like. The ground.
I keep hearing about it, but I really have no idea, honestly. For some reason, I just think of this big island with a school and some hole. There's a hole that kept getting mentioned.
If I told you that wasn't necessarily wrong.
Some things are rather simple to describe, I guess, despite the complexities that make them up. What feelings one may have attached. I shouldn't have read this. Not.
No,
Not tonight.
This was the perfect time to read it. If anything, this means now we have to go find Riley and Luca and get some drinks.
May not be a bad idea. May not be a bad idea. I know. Luke is certainly busy with his date night that has been hoisted upon him.
When he's out, we'll pull him aside and we'll get something going. Don't read too much of the
Sounds good.
journal if you don't think you're ready.
I might have to take my time, honestly. It's certainly a good little thing to go through, I guess, but I feel like I made a larger impact than I realised. I'm gonna go put this up and try and clear my head, I think.
Get some water too. If you can getting the waterworks going.
Right,
You might
right.
be a little dehydrated.
Perhaps. Shit. Been far too emotional lately. Not used to it anymore.
Tell me about it.
How's that? How's Yuki doing? I mean, I couldn't help but notice the snow.
She tells me it's her affinity. She's achieved a nice affinity.
Huh.
You want to put me in a fancy dress?
That's all.
It's a more suiting colour than red.
There's some red in there.
So you want to put me in a dress?
It's not like it's entirely suppressed.
Can't ever truly get rid of such. Right. I'm going to take a moment.
Go get that water.
Thank you, Ferrali. I have some hope.
If either of you want to wear a dress, you can go ahead and do so.
I'll give you a proper read later. I'm sorry. We did talk a lot more. I miss reading the books together. Trying to help you with your injured arm. How making that sword. If we'd all... Sorry you can't be here. Feels very lonely. Especially tonight. I don't want to. I just...
What? What?
I just
I tried to read it.
just
I
imagine this
failed.
one.
I was gonna try to read it. I did later.
So you're still on that.
It came in my head. It was very funny.
I've been snacking on
We after everyone's asleep, we sneak in and we set up tables and eat all the.
I think Rin is on top. I think he's riding the horse.
I don't know where I was going with that. I thought it was so good. We're trying to be sweet.
There was a man named Scott and you, out of anyone here, have come the closest.
I have to try to live up to the original.
I don't think you need to live up to anybody's original. I think you need to live up to your own real experience.
It's like one of my favourite spots, actually. Sort of laying down on the prow.
What if they really deserve it though?
It's a good one.
This is where I slept for most of the winter.
Hmm.
Like, could I flick?
Comfortable? Or...
It is a good spot.
Hmm.
Just not used to those dorms. Too cramped.
Let's not talk about that for tonight.
I get it.
I'm just saying.
I think.
could do that because first of all, I'd be like.
You know,
I feel that way with most of the ship, anyways.
I don't even know if he said yes.
the ships I was on were even larger. Somehow managed to have even less space in the halls.
I don't want the answer to.
It's very spacious, roomy by comparison.
If I, you know what? If for
Even
some
then,
reason,
can feel
if
very
I
claustrophobic to some.
realign, so to say, and the first thing I see, if we go below
Like getting eaten by a sandworm.
Hmm.
Very awful experience.
I don't know who's worse, the original or you, honestly, when it comes to smug.
I think I'd pass on that. Doesn't exactly sound like a good time.
They're both very lovely when it comes to these jokes. That's why I appreciate both of their company.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even see you up there. I thought you were just standing here alone.
But as I said, I think if we go below deck, we do see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sneaky being bright blue.
More stunned than walking into the mess hall and seeing this.
I think it's more so where I was standing before this was in the way.
What I want to know is, how does Malik feel about all that? Because wait, no.
Have you gotten food though?
No.
Yeah,
And drink?
I don't drink.
Oh, you don't drink.
I told you they were
They
here.
have water, I think.
Well, she told you, but I told you too.
Thank you.
You see him go pale.
I had
I
food.
didn't even know that the.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
I told you. I told you.
Too many people or too much noise.
Bit of both.
Yeah, I am here too. Plus all to talk about. Romance.
I know. So many of them. All cozied up to one another.
Never understood the appeal. But to each their own, I guess.
I get the appeal, I guess, in a romanticized sort of sense. But it's just hard. Not with the effort, sometimes. Often, I think. Suppose that's
better
easier
for
to chat.
conversation.
That's fair.
Yeah. That's a good thing, right?
I think so, yes. I was saying how, earlier, that I think it's a sign as far as what we should be doing, how we should be conducting ourselves. I mean, if one believes in science, but with the understanding I have of what Qualm had said, thanking some of them that he spoke to, I think this proves more than anything that we need to ensure that we have decisive and total victories. We cannot hesitate with our opponents when we have the opportunity to cripple them. We have to do so with force and fury, for our cause is righteous. And those that seek to undo it all, I mean,
wasn't that our plan already?
I wish it was. So many seem willing to talk.
I will admit, at first I was against the talking, and then people kept trying, so I figured I'd let them have a chance. Unfortunately, I think that's past.
I think it is, yes. I was very critical of some for that. Especially down in the caves, for instance, when we came across the setting sun. Delaying our confrontation, perhaps making it worse in the process. We should have just dealt with him then and there.
Definitely made it worse. If you lose the element of surprise, that's a major downside.
I would agree. That and these are people that have committed themselves to the destruction of the world. Why try and change their minds? In a place like that, in a moment like that. If it's wanted peace and you're not about to be thrown into conflict, then sure, try. It's not how you can ever get them to a point where you can trust them or their word. They're literally trying to unmake everything. So,
You'll be sure to know.
I think I'm going to start working on a weapon. Something big. For Leviathans and similar barbs. I didn't know if it would work, but...
Yeah, no, not that exactly. I'm not scared of the markets themselves, of course.
If you need assistance, I can provide some.
Actually might, in a manner in which you may be able to as well. So I'll certainly consider that.
I do take pride in my craft.
Oh, you made that?
And my axe.
I might have to talk to you about a little something perhaps. I've been so focused on Aurelie and Aether devices, all that I've still yet to fashion a proper sword for myself out of the iron. I should do that.
If you tell me what type, I can start working on it tonight.
Over the course of my life, I've not really had
was one of the few who was actively working with the blacksmiths down below.
Ah. How fortuitous.
Definitely helped me open up my eyes.
I was considering perhaps a saber, some manner of polearm. Undecided.
It's a difficult situation.
I'm familiar with sabers and other similar swords. I figured at the very least I could not have to cast that enchantment anymore.
Very much so. I guess with everything that's happening, everything changes in a rapid degree.
Be warned about black iron, it is more brittle than steel.
Try my best to
Hmm.
too blunt with it for some
Good to know.
It's terrifying. I guess
That's why it doesn't make good armor. Weapons, it should be fine, but don't over-rely on it for blocking.
I see. Not familiar with its properties. Probably explains why the smiths down below didn't think the chains was such a good idea. So I was trying to use it to restrain the Leviathan.
I guess my plan is once this is all done, is to make northern Droza maybe more of a safer place. A place where not just
I was
everybody
told to
can,
inform
but
people
also
that there's a
your
free table downstairs.
There's a way for me to help with
Yeah.
I'm sure someone will take it.
I think 2 just did.
Oh,
Sounds about right.
probably.
It's still better than singles night.
It's awful in there. Absolutely terrible.
Is it still bad?
It's rather bad.
And then the Reds came and conflicts and controversies split the races.
sort of a way
It
sort
was
of straightened like a melting pot of
demon
different.
and then drop.
So mostly of those more, I guess, humanoid, but not like human, elven, those types of races. Seems interesting. And this Southern Rose, and for a fact, with the work that you've done and the conversation we had.
Can I ask you something?
Please, go ahead.
What is your goal? Not Rosewood's, yours.
I always wanted to stop the rifts. I think it was out of some petty need for revenge, to a degree.
No, I'm coming with. Okay.
But there's something beyond that, yes. It's...
Make sure to get yourself a drink and some food as well, because once the night is over, it's gonna be all gone, and that's gonna be.
I really want my homeland to change.
You should go around and grab some little bits as well, so you get peckish during the night.
Even if we win, I'll probably
It's gonna be hell for me as well.
die on some battlefield of revolution or some nonsense. Trying to cast
It is a
down the
noble
terror.
idea.
That's how you get the stitches. You're right. That's how you deal with that.
But I'm sure you could probably get people from here to back you on it.
Likely so, I suppose.
If there's any way, shape, or form,
There's certainly some that have
I'm not the smartest.
conviction
I'm
for
not
such.
the strongest person, but some people.
It's,
that's what you should do. There's one thing you have earned. It's my loyalty. If there's any way, shape, or form you can help, do say.
I wish I could just make things the way they were back there with family and all that, but it's impossible.
Is a deal with the devil, but I appreciate it.
Maybe prove as good as my father. Wouldn't be so bad.
It sounds maybe cliche, and maybe it sounds a little bit too much future sight, but to me, I'm not seeing it. To me, I'm not seeing it.
I think for some of it I'm still trying to figure it out.
I'm seeing the future of Rosa.
Nothing
More united.
tangible or concrete. What of yourself?
It might be all different, but we can agree on all one thing, no matter what it is. Whatever's happening right now has to stop.
As it stands right now.
Doesn't matter what kind of color blood you bleed. We're all one. As much as Sunny cares about it, as much as Sunny wants to get herself
I'm
over,
kind of lost.
afraid about yourself.
Hmm.
Cake as well.
I will admit I only came here to kill rift beasts. I didn't actually care about saving the world.
You know, I wasn't so different in that regard when I joined the academy. It's all I wanted to do at first. Kill Rift Beasts. Fight the Rifts. Try and stop it. Get payback for my mum and brother.
If we're talking unrealistic goals, I'd probably say killing Arena.
Perfectly fair, I think. Given the nature of things.
Fairly certain she made me who I am, so.
I think you'd stand a good shot.
I think I probably stand the best shot out of anyone here.
That's fair. So you mow your way through Rift Beasts. There were nothing. Half startled me to death up on the cliffs. Greatly appreciate the assist.
Ah, right. Then. I will admit at that point it's kind of blurred together.
Understood. Admirable conviction, dedication to the task.
There's nothing admirable about it. It's wrath, pure and simple.
I suppose even that can be an enviable quality at times.
I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy.
Interesting.
It destroys people. The only reason I still stand is because I'm tougher than most. But even I can tell it'll be the death of me. I suppose that's probably why I want to kill her now. Maybe it's some closure.
Seems like a good capstone for such. Good way to end it.
Maybe. Though I suppose if I kill Arana, does that make me... Suppose I'd have to stand in then.
I think she has a comfy chair.
Not really a big fan of chairs.
Just envisioning what sort of throne she might reside upon. If she does have one.
The abyss is probably pretty cold. That'd be nice. I will admit this heat is killing me.
Something at least, yes.
Well, I suppose if I do kill a god and become one, it's a pretty good ending point.
Hmm.
As stupid as it sounds.
Oh, I didn't hear pillar. I thought you said something. I don't even know what you said.
Though I suppose that's the secret to perfection.
What's art? Pursuing the stupid?
Setting our goal unattainable.
Yes, I would agree.
That way you always have drive.
That was something my father used to always focus upon.
Good night, Ivy.
Things like that.
Did we interrupt?
Oh, I thought you were going to be. I thought you were going to offer yourself as a snack.
All I have is flan.
That is the largest
No.
family I've ever seen.
Hey, big man.
I get that a lot.
Which is why he'd be so good as a roast.
I see.
Not tonight.
Even comes with fire sauce.
Oh yeah, it's in my bag. Thanks.
That's why I gave it to you.
Pre-season.
You're fattening me up and seasoning me. Wow. you.
Excuse me a moment. For about.
No worries.
Pops. Hi, Jackie.
How's the festivities been going, Rowie?
I'm not much of one for them. Honestly, I've been sort of standing apart.
Really? Don't want to drink or anything?
Not really my thing. I guess.
If you want to talk, we can go somewhere quiet.
No, it's
Or
quite.
everyone's company.
I've been up here brooding and the like. I
See.
have a terrible admission. Please, every help.
Babies came from storks and they just sat me down in the mess hall and taught me about it.
At least you know.
Wait, who taught you what in the mess hall?
I'm trying to think of a way to word this.
From what it was in the mess hall.
The whole time I've been over here chatting with Ivy, I've been staring at you the whole time. She had this field of snowflakes around her, just like
She does it when she cries, I think.
the sky.
Yeah. She does it when she cries.
She's absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to say that. It's.
Aurelie!
It is.
You dog!
No, I'm just saying.
Are you.
Easily the.
She has a lot to unpack. A lot of baggage.
I would not.
But I think you'd be good for her.
I wouldn't even know where to begin. I've barely had a conversation with her. But also,
Just
I
try.
I could try. What? I could use some bad line, like.
Just get to know her first.
I could.
She's going through it right now, but
She is.
just company I think would help her.
I found Lucia's journal earlier and was going through that. It's a bit torn up afterwards, honestly. I need to read
Lucia's
it.
journal?
Yes. It was amongst her things. I was adding a letter book back to it.
I see.
Stumbled upon it. I suppose it is a breach of privacy to read such, but
I think she could be fine with it. I didn't know the girl well. I didn't know Lucia well. But I think for most people would want their last words to be heard. If they themselves can't say them.
some of it was rather touching, I suppose. I just stopped myself. I was kind of falling apart. They had fancy clothes just on standby. I feel
There's
like
these men in the vents called the Stitches.
I'll move the cupcake.
What?
There are these men in the vents called the Stitches, and they make clothes. They've been with us since Norrendale.
Okay, hold a moment. So, I saw two men in pink suits.
Those are the Stitches.
Splitting up
There's
here,
normally 3 of them.
and then they disappeared moments later.
Yeah. They're the Stitches.
Hmm.
They make clothes. And quite good clothes, as you can see.
I suppose they do.
But truly, I think just no pickup lines or anything.
No,
just trying to get to know
not
you,
dread of
King.
it unless I wish to end myself quickly.
You're a funny one, aren't you, Aurelie? Don't do so anytime soon.
Try not to. No promises, apparently I have a worm in me.
Right, they were saying parasite thing? What?
Yes.
I overheard something about it.
I wanted to speak to Tolia or Lethariel, but it seems they're being allowed a moment of escape from such things. And I would not rob them of
She'll
that.
She'll come find you. I'm sure. Tonight, at some point, if you're still up for it.
Yes. I suppose if they have...
If you need to
directions
talk,
take-
if you need to get something off your mind, I'm more than happy to go aside for now.
I have an idea.
I think Riley would be fine.
Actually.
What's the idea? Tell me about it.
Huh. Alright. There's the device that Jackson made. Right. Or rather,
Right.
focused on making. We know it can contain a rift.
Yeah.
That much we know. At the very least, the miasma cannot escape it. It doesn't grow, it doesn't shrink, it's just there, stark. This has me wondering if these parasites exist within the miasma, and that is how they attach themselves to a host, by proximity to a rift or otherwise contact with such parts. Then they too would be stopped by that. Which means perhaps you could catch it. If you had one a bit smaller.
Catch it from out of the rift or from out of a person?
A person.
So you're saying capture it and draw it out?
You trap it inside of such a device, a smaller device, and extract it. Then you treat the devouring as you normally would. The parasite is no longer there to restart the process.
I see. Interesting.
They were talking about trying to find means to extract it, and I'm wondering if Bob's some version of that might be closer to such. It's radical ideas, and I'm grasping at straws out of desperation.
Just saying goodnight.
Good night, Esther.
You have a good
Be
night.
well.
Be well, guidesman.
I'm very
Guides
glad
Icarus.
to see that the stars once again bless the sky.
I'm so happy.
You should
And
be.
I still have Sia with me. The North Star will always be within me, protected by me, and with Rosewood.
Funny thing, they went into that room there, they came to me yet again.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. Be well.
Could you do me a favour? Actually,
Yeah.
Asteri,
Yes?
could you as well? I have an odd request. If you could present me with such, I would very much like to have a thread from each of your gambesons.
Sure.
I'm sure. now? I mean,
you don't have to
Sure.
now. You can wait, but
Like
I-
like a blue one or
Yes, I think that
Ventus,
works.
okay. Ventus Colin. Use my nails.
yeah. I actually may need your help. You have sharper nails than I do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This can slice them up real bad. Careful.
We have, of course, lost those
Nice.
amongst our number, and despite what divisions we may have amongst one another, we are all part of the same crew, the same ship, we have the same goals. Something we do lack is a banner or a flag.
Oh.
You
I'm-
want to make a flag?
I do, and I think I would like to weave a thread from the Gambeson, every member of Rosewood into it, perhaps.
Oh, that would be so sweet.
It would be.
And I think very
Mhm.
symbolic.
Yeah.
Power.
Those who have passed too are just present.
Yes, absolutely.
I can talk to Talia about getting a strand from Melania's Gambison. I think she'd like to be with us.
Something else I also wanted to ask you.
Yes, of course.
We plan on making a shrine, a little pray area, up in the upper bunks area, a room just for it. You're free to help us if you are religious in any way or worship anyone. I'm just extending the invite to everybody to come help, and if there's any specific Celestine you would like to be represented, and any offerings or any sort of iconography or anything of the sorts, come find me or Vesper, or Helma or Riley. We're working together on it. Don't feel pressured, of course.
No, I
but
think
it's
that
just
sounds rather nice, actually. So I may do just that.
okay. Well, come find me.
Of course.
It'd be lovely to work with you. Well, good luck with everything. I am going to head to bed now.
Sleep well, Starry.
Have yourself a good night.
You as well. Good night. You be well.
You as well.
If you need a guiding hand, you know where to find me.
Indeed I do. That is the guidesman.
It is the guidesman.
Good night.
Guidesman Starry.
Oh, drat. See, I missed my chance. You know, missed my shot.
Riley's mine. So. Look,
Sorry,
look,
stupid.
I know you're not stupid. Come, we can both. We have an excuse. We have an excuse to go over there now. I go over there. I collect Riley. You follow me. We leave. It's an open floor for you. I could even pull away Octarius. I have something that could pull Octarius away.
That seems actually rather rude, especially if she's actually enjoying the company, or she knows them better than I, regardless.
Okay, but maybe we don't pull them away. But maybe we can just go over there because you got an excuse for me.
That's fine. I'll just go with you. Maybe go over.
Exactly.
We're
You
going over
go
just
with
to
me.
check on Riley.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
We're going over to check on Riley.
Sure, why not? Fine. I don't know.
You've
what to
got
say.
this. You've
I
got
don't-
this,
I
Aurelie.
severely doubt it.
Just talk. Just talk and join into the conversation.
I can attempt. I think I've exchanged like 5 words.
Got this. You've got this.
But
She is really pretty.
and intimidating.
Oh, she's really fucking intimidating. You should see her with the flaming tornado.
Flaming tornado.
Yeah, flaming tornado. She gets an ice sword and ice spikes. It's really intense.
Huh.
She's punched me in the face at least twice. Look, for good reason.
I see.
Do you like feisty girls, Aurelie?
More than I should.
Well, then that's the best Rosewood has to offer. I'm going to wingman you, Aurelie, and you're going to get yourself. We're gonna make this bunny and wolf story happen.
I think it's a terrible
The
idea.
irony. Predator and prey dynamic.
Yes, I'm very, very uncertain. How did you put in those terms?
Don't you like being prey? Aurelie, isn't that what you're into?
No. Very forceful. And dignified.
You sound very dignified.
I am.
Talking about the pretty white wolf right now.
Wife? Wife wolf? We just started this conversation.
White!
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
W-H-I-T-E. White. Why did you think why? Why are you moving
Because
that
you
fast,
said
Aurelie?
that. That's what you said. These are your words, not mine.
I said wife.
You misspoke.
I said white. Look, it's not this drink. It's not the drink, and it's not the fact that I haven't drunk in 6 years.
Oh.
I'm saying it correctly. I said white.
Of course. I misheard. Sorry, my large ears are particularly useless. Oh crap! Riley's coming down. That does like erase the window. And there's just octaves.
No, we can get Riley in on this.
No.
We can get Riley in on this. No, we've got this. We've got this. He's gonna grab you and pull you.
Oh. Oh no.
Riley.
Hey.
Riley. Aurelie needs your help.
Guys,
That's not what I meant when I said help.
Is that your first official order as lieutenant?
Come on.
What happened to you?
Come here.
Aurelie, what happened? Come on, we gotta talk. Come on.
I can't. Fine. Are we going up? Where are we going? I don't know where we're going. She's... Oh, drop. She's leaving.
Down here seems fine.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Aurelie really likes...
Oh, goodness. No, that's not what I mean.
Aurelie likes
no.
Yuki. Aurelie finds Yuki very attractive.
She's incredibly attractive. But I'm just saying.
She wants to. She wants to talk to her.
Which seems like a dangerous prospect. I was up there having a conversation with Ivy, and she was sat up there on one of the globes, the domes, and there was this white snowfall falling all around her, and I couldn't take my eyes off
I think she might be getting drunk right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she is.
Yes.
I'm gonna go get shit-faced with her.
What? Not even gonna buy? Okay, bye.
Believe it.
What?
I'm just saying. It's
what?
Absolutely.
Not even a goodbye. Can't believe it.
Absolutely magnificent.
Sorry, I should do this.
Is that not the sort of thing she often does?
Yeah, but I'm nervous. What the fuck was happening?
I understand.
Okay. Yuki is a very...
dangerous.
Yes.
Sorry.
She's dangerous, but she's broken. In a way. Understand that she's not going to be receptive.
Oh. Of course.
But just have more talk with her. Don't ask her how she is, though.
Oh, no,
She
that's,
hates it when
that's a
people do
terrible,
that.
terrible question.
Make up conversation.
With anyone.
Get to know her, just like small things. Don't do like, you know, Don't do anything that reminds her of Elenia.
Of
Just
course.
small talk, I guess. She might just give you one-word answers, but still, that's something.
Fair.
Okay, now might really not be the time. Now might not really be the time. Not right now.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Yeah.
Terrace has been up there the whole time, so...
I know.
Yeah, but I know what conversation that Tyler's gonna have. You should not overhear it.
Look, all I'm saying is... Holy shit, I just realised IP was there. Jesus.
Yeah, he's been up there the whole time.
Oh, yes, I was
didn't
having
know
a...
he was there.
Yes, that's where I was chatting with him.
Hi,
I
Vio.
thought good shot, actually. And I might have been, like, staring.
Okay, I don't think he can see me anymore.
No.
Is that...
I'm not putting in the effort.
What's wrong with me doing this?
I don't know. Okay, fine.
She's very sore right now.
I am.
Don't do that. Yeah.
I'm very sore.
I wonder why.
What's it supposed to mean?
So after Talia leaves, you shoot your shot.
But no, I don't want to shoot any shots.
No, not to... That's a bit
Yeah,
soon, though.
No, not shoot the shot. Sorry.
No, how much have you had to drink?
She's had a
Claudia?
bit.
How much?
Just a bit. Look, it's been 6 years, Riley.
That is
6
true.
years.
Let's go crazy. Go
It's
nuts.
been 6. I have no tolerance anymore. I wish I had more, but I have none.
That's fine. You're allowed to enjoy yourself, at least for tonight.
But no, not shoot your shot. Do what we talked about before. Just get to know her.
Right, make
Your
a
best
fool of
advice
yourself.
comes from this one who literally, is on the same team as them.
Ow.
Hi, Ivy.
Hello.
We're trying to help Aurelie with her
No,
romance issues.
don't spread that around, please.
I'm leaving.
See, there we are, right there. Sorry, I apologise.
You'd be great at this.
No, he doesn't want...
You've asked. You've just asked
He wants no
the one
part of
person who has no tolerance to alcohol, and telling them, "Don't tell him it's a secret."
But
that's
I
that's
was
like
unaware.
telling Murder
I
something
went to
and
her
telling
for-
him.
She did go to me originally, and I was
did.
really good at pretending, and I don't think it really hit me yet.
Well, now it is. So.
Now it really is.
Mhm.
I can still give good advice, though. I can still. Let me grab a chip. Still give good advice. Just talk to her.
I'm going
Meet her on
to.
another level.
I understand.
Yeah.
Or you could kill her.
Why would I do that? She might kill me. It's kind of hot.
She would kill you. She would put you on your ass so quickly. That girl, I think, could take on anyone in the initiative. Anyone. In combat.
That is the opposite of discouraging me.
I know, you like feisty. She's really feisty.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Yuki.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm literally the person.
You've just.
I know. I know. I didn't wish to.
Look, she has more magical prowess. And she's not faster, actually. She has more magical prowess. I think she has a chance. I think she has a chance, especially if she has a shroud up.
You alright?
Just...
So...
Yeah. You know, ever since... this is ridiculous, but ever since they ran that
I think
test
I
of
could
theirs,
beat
and now I know
you right
that there's
now.
this invisible parasitic worm gnawing at my being.
Yeah.
My leg, and just like, it doesn't just hurt, it itches. It's like when you see a spider in your room.
Maybe.
And you leave it alone, and then you can't stop but think about the spider all the time.
Is there a spider in your room, Aurelie?
And it's like, sorry. It's awful.
Oh shit, hang on, I just thought about it.
Sorry. I apologize.
Wait. No. There's a reason why I'm thinking about it. Kiki had one and gave it to Luca, I'm pretty sure. I need to ask Luca, hang on.
What's that about?
Do you have a pet spider?
No.
An umbra?
No, I have a worm.
You have a worm?
Worm.
Why do you have a worm?
Because the rift gave it to me, I guess.
Don't bother asking her.
Yeah.
Right, no, that worm, the worm inside you.
Sort of, like, figuratively, I guess, really in my pathways or something. Not sure.
Something to do with medical things.
Just kill it.
I'm working on that, actually, I have a thought.
You just point where it is, I can go get
No, it's quite alright. I think that's how I lose my leg. All my life. Which is an option.
You try to keep it.
I'll try.
It's an option. And later on, if you want it back, you can always ask Talia. I plan to do so at some point, but I wish I could get Aether, but I can't do magic.
Oh.
My pathways are blocked, so Aether wouldn't work for me.
It's unfortunate.
I'm stuck like this.
You know, you could...
I think that just means you can't use Aether devices.
Well, that's how I thought it works. It takes mana from you. And so I can't do an Aether hand or anything.
Like 2 prosthetics and the rest of them are all here, so...
I don't know. I really don't know how I feel.
So what we could do, if you wanted, actually, is, you could, we could fashion you, I mean, that's a possibility too, but we could fashion a prosthetic for you that actually acts almost like the rest of the hand, but doesn't necessarily have the articulated movement.
Riley was talking about that, or something like mechanical, but not. When I do this to my hand, it would close.
Yes.
But then I could lock it in place.
That would be doable, yes.
That worrying opening.
I mean, if you
I think
want
it would be nice.
anything of the sort.
It's really hard to hold potions like this. I need to have a very tight grip.
Yeah, that's
It's really annoying. I nearly dropped so many potions.
You should put that one away before you drop it.
You're right. I should put it. Should put.
Yeah.
Don't tell Bryn.
I don't need to. We're outside of alchemy. She'll know.
No. I'll clean it up later. I'll clean it up later.
She's given you, just ignore all of it.
What do you mean ignore? I give great romantic advice. I'm with Riley. How do you think that happened?
She wants your mana potions. Maybe that's it. Is that it?
I didn't have mana potions before then.
Okay. I'm working on it.
I actually took something as a joke. I took something out of Luca's book. It was a joke though, but she thought it was cute. I think that's where it started.
What sort of material might she take out of his book?
Act dumb.
Stand up. Stand up.
Alright.
Stand up. Okay, this is a good spot for this.
Alright.
Okay.
What is it?
So, he said, do one. Can you take a step back for a second?
Okay, absolutely.
It's still my foot.
Alright.
He said, do one of these. Hey, I really like you.
The glass.
See? It leaves them speechless.
Alright, that might work. To a degree, I think.
You should try
No,
it with.
No.
No, that's a bad idea.
That's a very bad idea.
Not
Yes.
not
yes. I think
not now, but in future.
No,
in
there would be
future, when you're closer.
there'd be a
Just
knife.
The first thing I thought of as a Trojan when she did that was, oh, I could gut her right now.
See, exactly. And I
She
know
could
that's how it
summon a
end.
fire sword and then it go in your.
Good way to get rid of that blood.
True.
True. I'm fighting off a pun. Play on words.
What?
I said I'm fighting off a pun. That.
Fighting a pan.
A pun. A pun. A pun.
A pun. A pun. A pun. It's gonna be.
It's really simple.
No,
and
you
stupid.
have to.
No.
I'm sure it's really punny. Come
Yes, it is.
on, Aurelie.
It'd be a rather hot
Come
way to go.
on.
See, it's
She'd be
stupid.
pretty cold if she did that.
Ice cold. Honestly preferable.
You really like the feisty girls, don't you?
I do. I don't understand what's wrong with that. Other than I would
You
like
should
to
ask to spar her.
get myself killed. I would not do
Get
that.
yourself killed. It's a genius idea.
That would get me killed.
You can show your combat skills.
I don't know if
You
the
might
use of-
find it impressive.
I throw guns together on the battlefield and shoot them. It's not
That's
exactly the most
that's
impressive things.
that's good. That's hard, you know.
Is it?
I don't think so.
I don't know Aethertech really well. I'm trying to hype her up here.
I mean, this ferromancy, it's actually like a mix sometimes.
Fair what now?
Ferromancy. Metal magic.
Metal mat. Right.
I could drop an artillery
Right.
barrage on someone out of nowhere. What's that?
The most romantic
Blow them
thing
to
you can
bits.
do to a girl is. The most romantic thing you can do to a girl is drop an artillery barrage on them.
Hey girl, want to see some war crimes?
I'm one of them, and I really.
See, you've already got that one part covered.
I
You're
do have a
full
Palindorian. Terrible.
Exactly.
Jokes I can make.
I know I've made so many war crimes. I know I've done so many war crimes.
That wasn't the direction I'm going, but I'm glad you're understanding that.
So aren't I really hot? I've done a lot of war crimes, so doesn't that make me hot?
Yeah, I guess maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just think.
Why are you bringing out your
drinks?
Cutting you off, literally.
Yes, that's very different.
Just one more. Just
No.
one more.
No.
Just one more.
I tried to have one of the ales and I spilled it all over myself. I haven't had a single drink.
Apparently the blueberry ones are mead.
I kind of want it, but I think they were out.
Don't hurt.
Just one more.
It might.
Just one more.
It could hurt quite a bit, actually.
I'm not gonna hit anyone with it.
I suppose that would be one way to make it out. Oh, did you and Riley go and have a dinner down there?
Yeah,
You
it
did?
was really nice.
Lovely.
It was really nice.
You could invite Yuki for
No,
dinner.
that's
It would be an awful idea. You get
It'd
nowhere.
be a terrible idea. I'm not going to do that. Not this. I do not have to aggressively pursue this. I don't even have to pursue this, actually. I was just remarking.
You don't have to, but you could.
I could. And fail. Or I could just...
Aurelie.
I could just admire the
Look
the
at
falling,
you.
the falling
Look
snow
at
from
you.
afar. I would fail.
You're hot.
Not sure about that.
I think you're hot.
Oh, thank you.
And I have good taste. What? What?
Your hair's a mess. You always have
I have good taste in women. In women, Ivia. Women.
I have an extra comb if you want it.
I feel more insulted. He says my it's messy. Is it really that bad?
It is rather, actually. It's pretty... No, it's not greasy. It's... Well...
It makes sense for my race. You know it makes sense.
Just saying, it's an easy fix. Just get a couple of braids in there.
Ignore that.
You should sit down more.
No, I shouldn't. Just stand back up. I don't want to sit down again.
Okay.
I only have one. There's only not one place to sit over here on the top of it. I only
If you want to
just...
sit around.
Oh, yes, I'll stand for now.
But okay. What even would I do with my hair? I think if it made it straight, it would look weird.
Braids.
What kind of braids? What?
Really?
And do you think the only good one?
Edgy.
Would it be just two?
Back braid.
Would it be one?
The back braid.
If maybe I'll let you.
What if you did it all?
Maybe that would be good.
Braid on the top, running back, and then you shave the sides.
I'm just saying, as the person with the best hair.
He has really good hair. You have to admit, Riley, he has really good hair.
Yeah, that's pretty good hair, actually.
You have pretty good hair too.
Thank you.
But really, as I was saying before, you have a shot.
You really don't go for it.
I think you're right.
Not tonight.
I know.
But in the future,
absolutely
I
not.
think there's
I
a
think
chance.
I should
Not
just...
tonight. No, not tonight.
I shall just admire the falling snow from afar, from the relative safety of my cabin.
What's happening?
We're still on the same topic.
You guys are still on the same fucking topic.
No,
Look
we
at
came
Chase me
like
round.
full.
You are.
Look at Chase me around with the
With what?
arachnid.
With a spider?
Oh.
So Umbra does have a pet spider. Umbra does have a pet spider and a pet worm.
And rabbit.
Wait, we have... Okay, we
And
have a pet-
rabbit.
we have- I'm Percy.
And Percy, why do you have a home menagerie?
Percy's
Why do
not
we
a
only have one?
He
Percy's
is a
the team
member
leader.
technically, yes, that is true. That is,
True.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Percy's been with us, like, you know, through thick and thin, so I
This
consider him a team
conversation
member.
makes me want to jump off the ship.
What?
Please
With or without the
don't.
potion.
Please don't.
Oh.
You would live, but
We
we
have
made
to
a
catch you
promise,
and, like, you know,
and I've talked to Riley already. We're going to travel around the world, and I want you to come with us for some of it if you want.
Honestly, if I jumped off this ship, I could probably beat you all to the markets at this rate.
Maybe.
Yes, we're really flying
So
past.
hungover, you're gonna fucking go the wrong way for an hour.
Yes. Ow.
I think so.
It's entirely possible.
All I'm saying is, I think that'd be cool if you joined us.
See? Riley agrees.
Perfect.
Exactly. It's gonna be me, you, Ivia, my little sister when we find her again. Gonna have a great time. And We're gonna also look for your parents and family.
It's a whole adventure.
We're gonna be family again. Everyone.
We will. We will.
I got an idea.
How much drinks have you had?
None.
Didn't even ask me.
I'll get you one. I'll get you one.
That wasn't.
It's been forced
Did you
upon
try the
us.
watermelon?
No, I didn't.
I don't eat fruit.
I had like,
That's okay.
I had a cookie. That was
Sorry,
it.
what?
You're whispering, I think.
Oh.
Plus, you know you gagging everybody.
I am, look at that. Thank you. What is it?
Do you see this?
I can't see it.
You can't see it?
No.
It's most definitely.
There's totally
a
one there.
drink.
Which one did you get me? I can't see it.
No one can see it. I can't see it either. I grabbed you ale.
This is a terrible idea.
Yeah, you try the watermelon?
No,
This is a great idea.
Oh, it's good, it's good.
I might. I've had a banana
I know what you said before, but we're in a safe place.
And that's it?
for
Look,
breakfast.
There's a bunch of food there, and the only thing you grabbed was.
Come on, Ivy.
Go.
No, I had like. Stop. I had it. I had it.
See this? Let's go.
What? No, I don't. I did see it.
I see. Go.
I'm ordering a blueberry drink in front of your face.
Oh, thank you. I'll take a blueberry drink.
Try with the watermelon.
This one's non-alcoholic.
Oh, I'll take it.
Unless you want an alcoholic.
No, maybe.
There you go.
Okay, let me get you the alcoholic version
Shit,
instead.
That's the courage I need to get myself thrown from the ship. Actually,
There you
I'm
go.
not.
There's
I'm
your
not going
alcoholic.
to
No.
say
What?
anything.
Don't do that. No.
Thank you.
It's a little bit. It's not like, massively alcoholic. Tastes more blueberries than you do alcohol, so
Fair enough.
it works.
Nothing.
I guess I'll have a piece of watermelon.
Just try a little piece.
No, something that I've done is I've seen your beautiful face and those eyes.
It's very melon.
Exactly. It's really good.
Smiling.
That's what it's about the blueberry.
About your eyes, but I really like your eyes.
How's the taste?
Blue. Berry.
Blue.
I know I dropped that.
Tastes blueberry.
Yes, it
It's good
tastes.
though.
It is good. It's actually quite good. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry. They needed to eat something besides a banana this time. And there's plenty. The burgers are good. I had one earlier.
I'd prefer not.
Look, you'll know I'm drunk when I do some good
Damn.
Last time I drank.
It's alright if anyone gives you meat, just give it to me.
Tried to beat me to death.
Fair. I'll take the vegetables you don't want.
I literally can't eat them.
Oh, okay, that works then.
I need to fix myself.
Demons are mostly carnivorous.
Oh.
At least I am.
Understandable.
I'm heating up.
Look at her amongst the stars.
Stop, please. No, I don't need that. I already did.
Oh, stop.
A lot.
Already too late.
Yeah, great idea. Her right next to Talia and
Yeah.
Actaris.
Exactly.
You can just, you can just.
No,
smell it.
No, that's an increased chance of judging eyes upon me. Harsh words. Granted, I do not fear Talia's cold logic.
Most of the people's ears
She will kick your ass.
It's fine. She's a respectable woman.
She was right. You really have similar mindsets.
We've had a few conversations. I
But
think we see eye to eye on a
you're
number
more,
of things.
you're more refined. I think you would be really similar if she wasn't Drozen, but you already are really similar.
That's fair. I think she's good conversation.
No, Drozen's aren't unrefined. Am I unrefined? Because I'm part Drozen, so...
I don't know. Wait, I hope so.
That you hope that I'm unrefined?
Both are good, you know?
It depends.
I think I'm drunk too much.
Drunk from proximity.
I think I'm gonna head to bed because I feel like my legs are dying and my hips is dying.
You should walk your partner to bed.
Yes, why don't you do that? It'd be nice.
I will do that.
Go do that right now.
I'm gonna do that.
Right now.
I'm gonna walk you to bed and then I'm gonna kiss you.
What have you done?
I'm just helping.
You're welcome.
You made her confident.
Fair.
Shut up. Oh, come on. You've heard worse things from me.
I really shouldn't drink.
Even you
I think it's not a good idea.
Then don't.
Okay, so now you're just gonna be like prepping like.
Literally everyone pressuring you to do it has already left.
Well, that's entirely true. Now, there's a difference between I shouldn't and I'm going to. I think. So, right, I'm at the I'm going to, but this is a bad idea. Ugh. Yes. That's right.
Mine's really good, my goat, you know.
Yeah, it's much appreciated. Yeah, no, we were like across
Oh well, whatever.
You get a bunch of young adults and such on an area, cram them all together.
Put them all in a ship. Great idea. Nothing will happen.
If you're gonna have fun arguments, break it down. Let's go.
Oh, you want me to dance? I don't do that. No. Actually, yeah, you two should dance if you guys dance yet. Yeah, we did. I told you we had to do in the library.
I was reminded of what it's like to work in a tavern. Decorating.
I see.
Yeah.
Just like this.
Finishing the dress.
And then we'll spin here.
Doing my hair. Sandals.
What number are you going to go for on the markets?
What do you think? Some people thought I should do the dip. Do the dip.
Oh yeah.
The what?
You go out?
Huh?
Whatever is highest.
Okay.
That's a good way to look at it.
Spin in.
Well, if I never take
As many as possible, I don't.
Go for the record.
I think it's like 40 something right now.
Damn! That's a lot.
Yeah.
She's humble about it, not bragging. Good quality, I think. Yes. You head on straight.
No point in bragging about it.
True.
I think my longest fight was 4 hours.
Damn!
It was before I had magic, so killing them was a little harder.
Rift Beasts. Or something else.
Just one Rift Beast. Took 4 hours.
That is very much my understanding of such things.
They beat it to death.
I've
Are you
got a question.
Uh-oh.
I've got a question for you.
This is never a good start, but continue.
At Riley's and I's wedding when we get married, can you be my best man?
I'm stepping away for a moment.
No, you should be here too.
Oh. Fine. Oh. It's getting kind of headache.
You know when people are promising to be together forever? In terms of partners? It's maybe not, you don't know that. How do I describe a wedding?
A union between two individuals in which they embark on the rest of life's journeys together.
That.
It's just a clan.
Yeah, basically it's like a two-person clan, and then they make children if they can. You know, you don't have to do that there. There's never much on that myself.
We haven't talked about that, so. But that would be a really weird. How would that even work?
Don't dwell on it.
Cause with what half I am, and then what half Riley is, and then we're both half, and.
That wasn't even the equation I was working through.
You're overthinking it. Just
yes, I would not. Just not go into thinking part of that at all.
Would they have both dragonkin traits, but also bear traits?
Perhaps. Ooh. Maybe.
Wait, you don't know about that?
No, I don't. To be perfectly honest, I've been puzzling it out, but I know it would be like terribly rude to ask, so I never did. Sorry, the worm itches.
Don't tell anyone. Shh. Gotta be quiet. Don't tell anyone.
Alright.
He knows. He knows.
Okay.
I'm a half wood elf, half bear spirica.
That explains
I have a
so
tail.
much.
I have a tail and it's tucked in my pants right now.
Huh.
It's really uncomfortable, but that's been my whole life.
Explains why
And
it's
there's
so
fur underneath
dense.
you. This explains why I'm so what?
Dench. Ripped.
go to bed.
I want to see Aurelie talk to you.
Oh no, it's not happening
She's
tonight.
not going to.
It's not going to happen.
You can go to bed. I'll wake you up when it happens.
Right, it's
You promise.
Thank you,
I
Ivan.
promise. When it happens, I will wake you up. I sleep up here.
She's saying that it's not going to happen.
Definitely not. Not tonight.
Well, when it does happen, I'll come get you.
Yeah, someday in the future, perhaps, when words are exchanged in a manner in which it's more than a 5-word exchange.
I'll
When
do my
I'm
best to
sober,
pressure her
I
into
can
doing
help you better. I can help you more with it. I don't know Yuki too well, but I think I know her enough.
That sounds dangerous.
You like danger and feisty,
I
though,
do,
don't
I
you?
do, but there's danger that's like a measured risk that you're taking for the thrill of it. And then there's the danger of there's going to get
Hi,
killed.
Rocco. Hi, Zoe.
Hi.
Hi.
Rock.
What's the risk?
Go to bed.
Rock. It's Rocco. Come on, at least say
It's
the name.
Rocco. There's no Rocco.
What would you like me to call? Actually, what is your name?
Aurelie.
Okay. Would you go Ari? Whatever. How would you feel if I shortened your name? It's not nice.
How do you feel about the name Leo?
No, absolutely not.
Lele.
Damn, I need to think of a better nickname.
I mean, that's not terrible.
I
it just
do
makes me
that.
think of
People I
something.
like, I give people nicknames.
Actually, just go with whatever you want and whatever you feel. That's
Like,
I just say, hey, you.
and that's my alchemy
you
buddy.
know, that's like the perfect cover for. I don't remember your name.
I like that.
I'm just going to say this, and
Your
if you respond to
buddy.
words.
Lyra is my
I
buddy.
remember your name. I just don't care to use it.
Understood. Also respectful.
And then your attention
Oh.
I do it so people stop
It is
butchering
getting
my name.
like late, huh?
It is a bit.
Yeah.
Wait, they butcher your name. How do they get it wrong?
Sometimes they add an O, sometimes they add an L, sometimes there's an A in there.
Lorium, I wanted to say congratulations.
I'm not even sure you put
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, congratulations.
Don't pick too many of those flowers. Most of them are for herbal reasons.
Yeah, no, I know. That's
for
why I only
whatnot.
picked one.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Also, don't try to eat them.
Hi! 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 How you doing? How was the dinner with Lothario?
It was pleasant.
He can do really well on a didgeridoo.
What's a didgeridoo?
It's a Viviran instrument. Yeah, it's a Viviran instrument. It's large and long and has a hole down the middle.
So that's what I heard.
It goes a little.
Yes.
Alrighty, but still, yeah. Have you had a good night? Have you gotten us to eat? Have you tried the blueberry drink?
It's different.
I mean, it was a little bit. It was like significantly lower pitched than what I am physically capable of doing.
Right. Also, guess what? Rock!
Go to bed.
I'm going to
Are you
go
claiming
to bed.
credit?
Or drink
no,
water.
No, I'm not claiming credit. However, Alex said it was a big rock, so therefore, rock.
He was talking about didgeridoos.
No.
Whatever. Fuck that means.
Talking about how
Lothario was playing one.
That entire bin, there's a picture right there.
Has one.
Yeah.
In the matchbook.
Oh, in the okay. I thought it was like a bar, like an actual like
Is something
rock.
wrong with the water?
Yes.
No.
That's good, dang it.
I mean, it was behind the bar of the bar, so.
Behind the bar, with the bar.
Yeah, there's a couple bars.
Someone just
You
needs
could
to
say-
drink water to sober up.
It's not that bad.
I mean, you didn't do a flip like Jackson, so. You're not
Almost
bad.
Jackson did a flip.
Jackson
He
did
failed
2
once, he
flips.
succeeded the second time.
That's amazing.
First try.
So yeah.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
You alright?
Oh no, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
I guess you could say what Lothario did wasn't a didgeridoo, but a
Lorian,
didgeridoo.
2 of your teammates can do a backflip. Can you?
Fuck no.
Can you do Never mind.
Have you ever tried?
One of Roy's
Oh,
younger.
just don't you need a refill.
No.
Your experience. You've come a long way.
Okay, what if we go cliff diving again?
I'm going to
Will
throw
you try
a
a
piece of this
backflip
cake in
again?
your
This is
face.
what happens when you drink for the
Before you
first time
sit, do you mind if I take you somewhere and we do it elsewhere?
Please, that would be fine.
I had dry spells that lasted longer. Have fun, you two! Have
Okay, but I'm
It-
not.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yep.
you.
Take care.
Not in an offensive way, but like. You're gonna live a lot longer than me.
Oh, that is the wrong door.
Maybe we should leave.
Excuse
They're
me.
gonna- yeah.
No, I'm going.
No! Do you need this to talk privately?
No, I was about to say something very witty and accusatory, and
Go
then I
ahead.
lost it.
Go for it.
Definitely
Go
use
for it.
protection. No, I'm leaving. I guess that.
I'm gonna
room-
let them make out.
Yeah, that one is occupied. That works. Someone didn't like that.
Luca and Sherry, I don't know if they're actually making out, but they're, you know, very close to one another. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. You know what? There's a sturdy metal table. I'm tired of standing.
Yeah. How are you faring?
Ever since I learned there's a worm in my leg, I feel like it's been itching the whole time. Can't stop thinking about it.
Well, it doesn't help, but it's not in your leg, it's in your soul.
That's true. It's like an itch you can't scratch, no matter how hard you try. If it even itches, it's all psychological.
I don't feel anything, but then maybe it's a question of location.
I think it's my mind just making things more difficult for myself, to be honest. Other than that, though, I suppose all right for the most part. Ow. Had a... I don't know. I'm glad people were able to enjoy themselves some today. The sight of the stars and all was nice. Certainly gives some hope.
Yeah.
I think it proves that to some extent we're on the right track.
I worry it might make people complacent.
I certainly have that concern.
But I suppose time will tell.
Yes. If anything, I would hope it would be encouraging to drive them on, perhaps. So it's like, do what must be done, take the actions that must be taken.
I'm gonna stand.
Understood. How close
Knowing what you do.
Please, I was going to ask, how close do you think we are?
I suppose that depends on a lot of unknowns. I never got my chance to try the ritual today. The rite. It was supposed to be on the list, but I think the soul thing sort of eclipsed everything else that was going on.
What was
It'll
it?
Probably be another.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Was that incorporating the stasis ritual into the process?
I suspect that we would not incorporate it into a process so much as do them sequentially. The plan is to start with a device. Ideally an other tech device that will keep functioning in some way, drawing on a source of minor mana or something contained within it for the length of a few minutes. Then, to use the rite on that, we would expect the effect to stop, the magic to cease. If that were to happen, probably we'd move on to a patient. Orion is the current candidate, at least as a starting point. Hopefully, the rite wouldn't make anything worse. But we have no idea. I mean, it could block your wells. You know? The cessation of all magic. You are made up of a substantial amount of mana, turns out. It might be not good. And if that's the case, then that might be a dead end. Or maybe we try it on a device and it works, and we try it on a patient and it works, and then we cut the devouring away and see what happens.
I see. I've certainly been dwelling on the things that were brought up with the worm and that discovery today.
Yeah.
And the idea of extracting such. And I had wanted to talk to Letheriel about this and yourself. And this might, again, just be mad ideas. But it occurred to me that it's entirely possible that these things potentially exist within the miasma of the rift. Perhaps they attach themselves to someone when they're close enough. Or they're spawned in some manner which we just do not comprehend, perhaps from the devouring itself. But if that is the case, we at least can draw safe conclusions that the device that Jackson and the others made successfully, although at far too great a cost of mana to be feasible in the long run, is able to contain such and prevent the miasma from expanding further, perhaps trapping whatever is within it in the process. So this had me thinking, what if you could use a device, a similar device, effectively using the same methods almost, on a much smaller scale? Would it be possible to trap and extract the whatever it is, utilizing such, then go through the rituals and the processes alongside that to deal with the devouring itself and remove it? But I don't know where this thing necessarily is. Obviously it was flitting all about and difficult to track.
The difficulty is in touching the soul. The most powerful of healing magics can be used to restore someone whose wells are blocked or who has been damaged magically. My wells were blocked for a couple of weeks a year ago. Malik and some of the others were able to restore them. We fixed Winters a couple of weeks ago, and we're presumably fixing her now. I should check in on that. Before I go to sleep. Rowan's as well. That is interacting with someone's pathways directly, which is, in a sense, I suppose, about the outermost of their soul. It's doable. But to target the soul itself with divine magic, I think, is probably beyond reach without a substantial something. A ritual could probably do it, given enough energy, but we'd be talking about a number of fourth circle casters doing a lot of things, and then we'd be kind of working in the dark.
Serious amount of work.
A soul mage might be able to do it. For all I know, it would be trivial to do. But then we get into whether or not anyone is okay with that. And, to be frank, if we find that the solution involves soul magic, it's not of very much use to us. Because nobody else in the world will make use of it.
True.
And we'd be condemned for it, probably. Palvindor might take advantage somehow.
It would not surprise me, to be blunt.
But other than that, I can't imagine who might. There was some talk of making a device that one could wear, like a band around your leg in this case, that would prevent it from growing. I don't remember who threw it out.
Oh, that was an idea that Aurelie and I had discussed.
Okay. Well, I suspect that that would sever the limb. But maybe through the same means that the device, the ring... Someone needs to name this goddamn ring.
They do. It's really frustrating.
The what's it? Maybe that same process could be used to halt the progress more firmly than what we do. It still doesn't fix anything, but who cares? But if it requires opalite, we're still screwed because we can't give that out in large amounts.
Yes.
We'd have singular devices that we could send to a capital and hope. And that seems not particularly sustainable. But I don't know. Are you contemplating removal?
I have been, yes. Given Rowan's status and the fact we're down one more, I have considered removing myself from the equation, given that others do not have the they're not at liberty to do so as easily as me.
Fair enough. Are you resolved or still considering?
I feel like we're on the cusp, and it gives me hesitation. The amount of regret
I think that
I would certainly feel if I did such, then the next day you have a breakthrough and crack the code, I would be beside myself.
to grow your leg back.
True.
I think we could probably get that done in only a couple of days now. But I suspect that in a week we will either have fixed it or we will have not fixed it. Some of this depends somewhat on how quickly we can make a device, whether the ritual works. If it doesn't, we can make a couple of minor adjustments. We get a couple of tries before we land in the markets, I imagine, and then all bets are off as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the odds that we will be able to reliably act freely once we get there seems unlikely. Seems best to prepare for the assumption that it'll be a clusterfuck as soon as we land.
That's totally what I'm expecting. I don't imagine anything being easy once we arrive. I suppose the question is, during that week's time, do you feel we have the necessary resources to manage the devouring and all those that currently have it?
Yes. I think it will be doable. Since we're on the airship, we can be a little more strategic about respacing some of them. I think the last time we did it, we did 4 in one day. Ideally, that would be 3. But the mana itself isn't so bad. I mean, I could likely do the whole thing myself if the ritual were developed enough, in terms of just raw strength required. But that would be a complicated thing to work out. So, seems unlikely. Actually, I can't do the occult side, so I can't do it. But I could do it with one other.
Fair.
But that is exceptional, I think. That said, I think we have the resources, yeah. If you are troubled by it, if you find yourself itching or feeling it as though perhaps is changing or moving or whatever, and you do want it removed, it's a simple procedure. I mean, it would take us a couple of minutes at most. Can be awake for it if you really want to be.
The only people I know who've done such a thing were generally these absolute hard asses who felt like they had something to prove.
I wouldn't necessarily encourage it. But if you like watching or something, I don't know.
Fair. I'm unsure, to be honest. Bit troubled by the thought. And I will admit, one concern I do certainly have is, let's say we do make an attempt, and it does erase the devouring, as it were. But the time being, but it comes back, and it comes back somewhere less fortunate, then I don't exactly have that option. And at least with this in the long run, if need be, then I could, when things are quieter, perhaps seek the assistance of one such as yourself to perhaps help return it, which is the preferable thing in that case.
My list of projects is actually somewhat brief at present. Most of those who I might help, either I can't or don't want it for whatever reason. Malik has his new arm. I'm working on some skin for Rowan, but that's going to be an ongoing process, I assume. Do it in batches, that sort of thing. And I suspect that any at all will be a relief.
On the...
Other than that...
Oh, sorry.
Most of the projects are relatively minor.
On the upside, should Rosewood suddenly have a rash of lost limbs again, I'm getting rather proficient at prosthetics. So, you know, after Malik's and then all the work helping with Rowan's and working on my own design, suppose I can always help fill the gap if need be.
Hopefully it won't come to that, but I suppose we'll find out, won't we?
Certainly hope not.
I think in perhaps 3 days, I'll know something more. Maybe less.
All right.
It might simply be that we tried something and it didn't work, which leaves us in about the same situation as we are now. Any attempt could be successful. Any attempt could not be. But I understand your caution.
It does cause pain at times, and there is a concern I have, given its location, that could cause me to falter in battle, and perhaps cost myself or someone else their life. So there is that.
It is a concern, to be sure. I paralyzed my own arm for several months for similar reasons. It had been burned mostly away with acid, and the pains nearly killed me. I backlashed on some spells.
That sounds incredibly awful. I think I'll wait at least a little while. I suppose 3 days from now, maybe we can chat, see where things stand.
Should you change your mind sooner, let me know. Like I said, it's an easy enough procedure. On basically any day, I would have enough mana to help with it on my own. And certainly we have plenty of others who would do so.
Right. Thank you, by the way, for your assistance and your respect, honestly. Means a good bit.
To that end, I have a particularly unusual question.
I see. Please, go right ahead. Should I be standing or sitting?
It doesn't. I'm not here to flirt with you. That's
no, I absolutely... That's not the case. Please.
There is slightly more discussion to be had on the topic, though not very much. But would you have any interest in joining the Ventus as my lieutenant?
I will admit there is certainly appeal. I do find that prospect promising, and there is... I do worry about the misgivings that some Umbra might have, if that were the case. Most notably, Luca, of course. I think he would likely take offense. I'm less concerned about that. My view is very much I will be wherever the initiative needs me to be. Teams have less of a meaning to me. It's that everything function is more so what I'm interested in. He still has not given an official decision as to the Lieutenant of Umbra. I've been acting in that position. I went to a vote, but I don't know what's happened with that, though I know where my vote lies and where Aurelie stands. I believe I mentioned this prior. Still no movement on that. I would very much like the decision. But I feel, despite its diminished numbers, and Ventus is no different in that regard as of late, for they have lost someone of great value. I do not think that Umbra is starved for good leadership. There are times, some of them are certainly lacking and stubborn and have a lot of room to grow, but Angel, Riley, either one of them would be a magnificent lieutenant. I think it would likely fall to Angel, whom I have garnered a good bit of respect for, and was the one I voted for myself. So I do not feel that it would leave a hole there in that regard, should I do so. I suppose I would ask then, and I do believe I understand where this is coming from, but I would like to hear the words from you. Is what is your reasoning for this?
I, with some intention, picked members of Ventus. Not alone, certainly, but there were only 3 of us for a time, and Yuki largely abstains from our votes. So it was Elenia and I. We acquired 2 who are no longer with us. Aurelie, Avi, and Jacqueline. Avi was a bright soul with some darker edges. But he was close to us on the island, Yuki and I. The next family that we had, basically. And he left the island before the chance was there. But when Emma departed from our team, I think it would have been all but certain that he would have joined us then. Aurelie is in many ways like myself, though colder. Incredibly capable, incredibly effective. We picked Jacqueline for similar reasons. My goal was that I don't lead by orders, or I do when it's required. But broadly, I want my team to figure out how to get what's done that I need. Unfortunately, in this, we have ended up with individuals who are relatively good at that, though with their own flaws. And I would not ask you to come in blind. I will give you a fair accounting of our team. I would ask, however, that broadly speaking, the facts here remain between us.
Of course.
Nil is good at what he does. He's fast, efficient. However, he is paralyzed by anxiety. He worries and has disregarded orders because of his worry for our well-being. When we were in Halston, and a couple of us went to escort Barrett and his sister back to the stronghold, we were involuntarily invited to spend the night. I sent Nil back, as the plan had been for us to go escort them and then return. Had we not returned, likely a whole party would have been sent out, and would have found no trace of us, and it would have been a disaster. So I sent Nil to inform them, and told him to stay with them. He returned a few moments before we went back in. If he had returned 3 minutes later, he would have been alone in the city, and everyone else would have thought that he had returned to us, and we would not have known that he was there.
I see.
Mayhaps I could have been firmer, but he was worried. Similarly, he has not been... I've given him a few individual tasks. Transfer information, go get me something that is information, that sort of thing, scouting. He has been alright at that, but... from what I have heard, he's not succinct in his explanations of all things. And panics somewhat.
I certainly noticed those tendencies when I briefly took him under command for that sortie that I led in Alston.
Yuki is... Yuki is a lot of things. She's been hurt by the loss that we've incurred. She's been hurt by lots of things. She and I both have. It has made her hard on the outside, cold and savage. She is, I suspect, one of the most, if not the most dangerous individual in the Institute. In the initiative. Second, maybe to Malik. I think that had she not been present for the Leviathan fight, we all would be dead. Before you even managed to get upstairs.
It's quite the evaluation.
I am biased, of course. She was my first and closest friend when I arrived, and has been nothing but loyal to me ever since. She was our lieutenant when I joined, and for some time. She was affected by Shoth. Her emotional depth was stripped. This made things difficult for Ventus, and so the rest of us determined that she should not be, in that time, the one to wear the cape. So it fell to me. While she was lieutenant and acting in command, she was oft disregarded by most of the other captains. Literally ignored. I don't know exactly why. I think perhaps her initially shy demeanor led many to assume weakness or lack of value. But I don't presume to make so strong of judgments about all of our other captains. I think it's equally likely that they're just incapable in that way. Many think that she is dangerous and unstable. That she is prone to doing dangerous things. Or radical things. Acting out, striking out. That is, to some extent, true. Though, I'll point to the fact that Laurium is probably considered one of the most gentle of us all, and he smashed a man's skull in. So. She is single-minded. She has one goal, and she will follow it to the end of the earth if that's what it takes. She has occasionally made choices that were unfavorable to me, but never have I felt that she disobeyed or disregarded something that I said. I think others view her more dangerously than she is. More unstable than she is. But that also means that they'll have less respect for her. Go on.
I've gotten that impression from what some have said of her. Personally, I think she comes off as incredibly capable. And hurt.
No small part of that is my fault. It's the loss of all of us as well. We lost one of ours and then our captain on the same day. Ulysses overnight, and, well, I guess the day after, technically, but we didn't know it then. Ulysses experimented with Aether Tech. It started growing inside of him and it killed him. He turned to dust.
I see. I've read accounts of that sort of thing happening. In a few tests in Palvendor.
When I went to find Tao, our captain, to tell him the news, I couldn't, and we found out that he'd been taken without our knowledge. By the time we learned what had happened, they were more than a day ahead of us, and on a main highway. There was nothing to do. That affected all of us quite a bit, but Yuki and Tao were close. And there were many things between she and I. But Arjun is, I think, capable, though I suspect not a fan of my way of dealing with things and my willingness to take harsh, cruel, evil, pick your word, actions. Nor do I find him a particularly capable individual. I'm sure that he would do fine when it comes to leading in battle, at least to some extent. He has operated largely independently for much of his life, but he grow accustomed to it. But there is a lot of other things here. Politics and secrets and investigations and managing the radical elements of the initiative. And I don't think he'd be very useful to me in that. Jacqueline is poorly kept in control by her own will. The mutilation?
Yes. The one
she
that
did it.
Huh.
It was out of a desire not to do it to a person. And while I can sympathize with the bloodlust, the control is the problem. And I suspect that you have already garnered a reasonable impression of myself.
Yes, I feel so.
The lens through which others view things. The reason that there was calls that we might have been mutinous, which I take it you've probably heard.
I have. I had a discussion with my captain today regarding that.
I had a conversation with Malik after one of our meetings where I tried to understand. He was pretty clearly losing hope. And this I have kept very quiet for all of the obvious reasons. He was unable to cast divine magic for a brief time.
I learned today that he got that ability back.
Yes. To my knowledge, there are only 3 of us that knew this information until I've just told you. I mentioned to Letheriel and Yuki that he was losing hope and of this limitation. Letheriel needed to be aware of it because Malik has often been a backstop for our healing, and it wasn't to be available. He and I, as the only remaining 4th Circle healers, would make up any difference. Yuki mentioned the part about his morale concerns to Angeal, who, I gather, shared it with Umbra.
Sorry. Yes, Angeal was
You're
the one
fine.
that brought it to our attention, actually.
My reasons for not telling people are because I thought that people would do irresponsible things with the information, not in an attempt to make use of it myself.
Which is understandable. You don't wish to send panic through the ranks. It's not exactly the sort of thing everyone needs to know.
Indeed.
I believe when Angeal gave us the information, it was grossly misinterpreted by the captain, who immediately began to jump to conclusions about such. I don't believe Angeal was presenting it as there is a coup forming or anything of the sort, but the word certainly did get thrown around shortly after. It's distressing. That was brought up to me today. I expressed my feelings on such that there is nothing wrong with necessarily being aware of the fact that your leader, the captain of a ship, what have you, might be faltering, that their heart is no longer in it, that the desire to succeed and the drive that they need to do so is gone. You need to know these things. If it's not there, then you have to be prepared to pick up the slack, to do what has to be done, and if you can help them, you don't have to necessarily just overthrow them. It was troubling that those conclusions were jumped to so swiftly, and it certainly was implied to me as far as the direction that he seemed to think that came from. And I find that puzzling, a bit troublesome. I get the impression that there's perhaps old grudges are similar between perhaps yourself and he, or Ventus and Umbra.
There are none who I am truly close with mayhaps the exception of Rin, I suppose. Who Luca has not either literally or emotionally caused harm. I think he was powerless. Without care. Without... He and Emma were together.
Oh.
But when he and Emma were together, then his family and someone else's, Amber's, got them engaged. At this point, things deteriorated between them. Luca had some sort of duel with the lion man. I can never remember who he was to him. And I can never remember who he was to him, but he had some duel and he lost, and so he resigned himself to it rather than taking a fucking stance. I think that that's cowardly and weak. If someone tries to tell me how to run my life, then yeah, they can sure as shit try to strike me down, but they're going to have to kill me. To resolve oneself is, I think, without care, as I said. Yuki was often drunk with him while she was affected by Shoth. This was not, I think, healthy for either of them, but certainly not for her. He has quarreled with Lothario and done him violence. Minorly, but... And I remain of the opinion that he attempted to sell Norandel, whether intentionally or through negligence, to Palvindor. A belief that I hold because Lucia told it to me. And then Palvindor told me the same thing. And then he told a different story later. I have heard from a number of people that he has told them, warned them against me. A few occasions over time. I suspect you might have been one of them. I tend to not be particularly favorable to Palvindor.
Pretty understandable, all things considered.
I'd like to think so, but then I am the unreasonable bitch in the situation. I don't like Luca. I don't really respect him that much. I think he makes careless, reckless decisions, and I think he puts others in harm's way. I suspect that the time that he put you in harm's way will not be the only time.
I suspect it will happen again, yes. As much as it does pain me to say so. He certainly has his faults. I've been critical of a number of them, to he. I do believe he has promise. But he needs to get past himself to fully realize that promise and see it through, I believe. Which is no small task. I have attempted, or been attempting to try and help how I may. But it's difficult. There are times I think his heart is in the right place. He is certainly an idealist, but he can't seem to discern the when and the where that is appropriate. Sometimes I think this is a bit, may sound a bit rude, perhaps. And this may or may not apply to him, but there are people that are in love with the idea of command, rather than the duty of it and what needs to be done. And sometimes
he thinks
I get
that
that
it
impression.
is his role. He thinks that he is well suited for it, that he must.
I will say I do have I do certainly feel a degree of guilt in talking about such, given he has expressed that if I do ever have problems with him or his leadership or any such thing, that I can speak to him directly and address these to him directly as such. I certainly have criticisms I could throw, as I told him, for the events that happened when we fought the Leviathan. But for that, I would not wholly hold him accountable. I can assess where my own failings were. Truth be told, I was attempting to lead most of Umbra from a good bit of that engagement. He recognized the fact that he was not able to do so effectively at the time. His emotional engagements were consuming, and it is difficult to look at a matter that involves family and how someone deals with that and go, well, here's the course of action that you should have taken based off of what is most logical or tactically sound or whatever, when many of us might have done the same. So I cannot fault him there. I do find a good bit of this distressing, to be certain, and I will admit I have concerns that there are times I certainly feel like I may not be able to make a big enough impact in Umbra to make a difference. I can certainly do my part and help and all that, and I do feel I work well alongside those that. I have large amounts of respect for Anjil and Riley especially.
As do I.
But there's a degree of doubt that I have. I will not lie. And I worry at times that my demeanour and views may eventually put me at odds with him. I do not believe we should be wasting our time with prisoners, such as the Setting Sun and similar. I feel that the events that transpired yesterday prove that, through and through, that we must deal decisive blows to the enemy. And doing so is yielding actual results. That we can't just throw ourselves into situations without decisiveness and resolve.
We can't take the risk of allowing our enemies to succeed while we pause to negotiate.
Yes, precisely. They have already chosen their side. It's not the time. If you ran across them in a pub, that's something different. Sure, talk it out. Change their mind. Try. Whatever. On a battlefield, no.
Individuals, certainly.
Exactly. And I think we do have actual ammunition for that, now given what has transpired in the skies. Whereas before, I do not believe we did. Yes. And that's the sort of thing that convinces people. It's actual victory results. So, there is some merit to that. But I do worry that we will go to the marketplace and we will find ourselves in a situation where that once again happens. And while we're busy trying to talk them out of ending the world or whatever, they just cast open the gates.
Yes.
So, sorry. Going off on rabbit trails, as it were.
I will say, it is not because of Luca that I have attempted to recruit you. I think you would be of value to me. But as far as I'm concerned, it's your choice. It's my team's choice as well, but...
fair.
It is yours. I don't intend to seek his blessing. I'm sure that he will bitch and moan about it, and complain that Talia is once again being unreasonable, irrational, whatever. But I have made my attempts to have some understanding between us, and in almost all these discussions, I find that he says something in the middle of it that... I don't know how to put it. Reveals a lack of awareness. I am limited by my upbringing, by my background. I am not as... more than I once was, maybe, but I am not eloquent. I am told that my speech is formal, but it is not that I am well educated. So, I suspect that I struggle to put things into words. That I communicate the ideas that I want to, well. And, to be candid, there is an obvious opinion about me and mine. I suspect that that persists, even though, for example, I could simply not have involved myself with the Lucia situation.
True.
But as I said, it's largely up to you. You would be a significant asset for me. And to be frank, if Umbra thinks that they are a better fit for any of mine, or just that they want the skills that they have and they want to try to entice them, I have no objections to it. You weren't given the luxury of being given invitations to teams. You almost certainly would have received one from us.
Thank you. That's true. I do not deny that I have thought to myself that I would be a good fit in Ventus. I would like to consider this, at least overnight. I certainly have a few things I need to review.
I'm addressing it early because I wanted to give you time, and also some of mine, should they change their mind or the like. But mostly because we don't know what we're walking into in the markets. It might be a disaster almost instantaneously. Thus, I intend to have a lieutenant when we land. If that's to be the case, it would be unfair to you to drop it on you at the last moment. So, take whatever time you might. Ask me whatever questions you might. I will be as open as I am able, such that I have not given my word otherwise or the like.
Thank you. I'll certainly take this into consideration. I appreciate the offer greatly. Certainly have a few things to deliberate upon. I do not feel that I would necessarily be in a situation where I would leave Umbra necessarily hurting, should I do so. It is true they are less in numbers at the moment, but to be honest, I think at times they barely function. Amber can't be relied upon, and
I will not go into it now, but I will should you wish it. Amber's condition is... Luca and Vesper did something to her. It was a long time ago now.
Hmm.
She's different. I'm sure that she's grown. We were close once, but no longer. But your reservations about her are well-founded, given the situation. Other than that, the other two would be more than capable lieutenants.
I do believe so.
I would not mind either for Ventus as well, but I suspect there is no incentive for me to recruit them. But I certainly see them as valuable enough that I would welcome it should they want it. Though I probably need Jacqueline and Riley not to be fucking in the bedroom and the like. That's going to be a distraction for either.
A bit, perhaps.
Go, seek your own counsel, your own wisdom. I have no objections to you speaking with those that you might about it, though, obviously, much of what I've told you is personal to me or to my team. But it is yours to do with what you will.
If I bring up any matters, I will be certain to do so in a way that leaves all of you out of it in that regard, if there are any inquiries I need to make.
Part of my job is to shield my team from the idiocy of others.
Yes.
So you are largely welcome to use me as a scapegoat here.
I understand that position all too well. Thank you, Toya. I hope you have a good evening.
You as well. And thank you.
That's a lot of work for this stress. I'm getting the most out of it.
She
Why
does
not
look
simply
really
write
good
it
in
any
it.
time you're in the match book? Or whenever the hell
Maybe.
you want.
Listen,
Perhaps
like,
this is the time where we give up on the uniforms.
I had 5 to 6 people come up to me today and go, I didn't realize that was you. So, maybe not.
To be fair, the hair is so different.
I have to ask.
I really like what you did with your hair.
I have to
But
ask.
I had to double take.
Did you do the hair, or did you talk Geleb into it?
Caleb has 2 fingers.
I know. Actually, it looks wonderful.
I hear he's actually really good at hairdressing.
He has 2 fingers.
Yeah, he has 2 things now, but before that, he was decent.
Right, but you were also better with your hand than now. You have the same amount of dexterity as you once did. The same amount of utility.
Yeah, I'm saying before. Look, I was talking to Aurelie about it earlier. She might help me out.
Oh, yes. I think we might be able to work on something.
Seen
simple.
Aether Tech limbs are coming back in vogue. Everyone's
No, maybe not Aether-Tech, something more mechanical. Again, I can't. Blocked wells.
If
I
you'd
don't
like
think
for me to
Aether-Tech would
try to
work.
regrow it, I likely can start relatively soon.
Maybe.
I don't know that it'll work. For all I know, the poison might be designed to stop that sort of thing, but
Yeah.
if you'd like for me to try, I don't mind it. It'll
We
only
can
take a
talk
couple
about
of
it more.
days of the attempts.
I have
I can
some
grow you a flesh tendon.
priorities. I would really not want a flesh tendril. I don't think Riley would like that either. Oh no, no one would like that.
I don't think you're considering the
You might
possibilities,
like it,
and on
and
that
Rin
note,
certainly would.
I'm going to
That's
go
my
to
time to
bed.
go to bed.
Good night.
I think it's the right choice. Anyway, you'll take care.
He's having trouble.
Well, that was certainly a session. I did not anticipate that happening. Oh god, that is drama. Oh, the drama. Unleashing great drama upon our compatriots. Poor Umbra. What do I do? Purple or teal? Oh, bother. My doubts about the captain. Creating problems. He's wonderful though, it's a lot of fun. Brother Bringus is wonderful to RP with. I'm really happy with this team. Oh, Umbra's fantastic. But I could see her going to Ventus. I could absolutely see her doing it. She's got some really good reason to do so, I feel. A big thing for her in general, and I'll just explain this, is she doesn't really care about teams. She was the second in command on a Palvandorian war vessel. So to her, it's very much about everyone, about the crew. And if one team or department isn't functioning well, that can create problems and cause things to fall and fail. If the leadership isn't there for that to function, you need to make corrections. She's not in the position to necessarily make those decisions, because she's not like that higher level commander anymore. But she is in a position where she can utilize herself to help fill those roles. I think if she does change, I don't know if that would erode Umbra's trust in her entirely. I think she would entirely try and still help if she could in some ways. And that is like, she does think of herself perhaps a little more than she should, as far as her ability and status, competency, and perhaps the lack of that in her teammates at times. By that I mean the captain. There's so much to be desired. He's a lot of fun though. I actually really like the team dynamic. And he's like, you know, he's a faltering officer in some ways, but he has like really good potential, and he like can command respect, and it's like good at getting people to actually, you know, carry through with tasks and all that, which is awesome, for commanding presence. But you know, my stuff's dying. I think it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Probably see where that goes. The beginning of next arc, or bring the rabbit back with a new hairstyle and a jetpack. If I'm keeping the jetpack on her armor, I'm overhauling the armor and her gun and her barrage, rebuilding her base body too. So that should be fun. I do really enjoy playing this rabbit quite a bit. I apologize for drama that I do cause hit points. It's fun. I do love like all my RP partners here. Everyone in Umbra is wonderful. So there's nothing in like a sense of like those decisions are not being shaped by anything personal in that regard. If she does make them, we'll see where it goes. It's a lot of fun. We'll see where things are. Next arc. Also, we might not have a leg then. We have a cybernetic leg currently as an option. I'll show it real quick. Actually, no, I won't. I changed my mind. I will not share the leg. We'll see if it happens or not. Right. That is all. fun. Always fun times here. I'm so happy to be part of Rosewood. Mwah mwah.